Championship game in walk-off fashion. Carter Johnson, a little flare to right field. Found the outfield grass, and Broken Bow has won the Mid-Nebraska League Championship.
He's just a strong opponent for any wrestler. I mean, undefeated state champ last year in the state finals the year before, a three-time state medalist, and there, really nice takedown, good fluid motion by a guy that's wrestling 195 pounds.
Brady Skinner with it, up top. Fay at the buzzer, hits the three, nice looking shot.
To Folkers, back at the Grant, long three, got it!
Nice. Cash attacks, double, almost triple teamed, out to Connell, deep three, hit it. That's a three for South Loup.
I have to make sure I set my cruise control when I drive after I watch this.
Electricity isn't flowing like it should? Call Richards Electric at 308-749-2370. You can't miss their shop. It's right on Highway 2. The doors open regularly as their trucks head out to help across the area. Richards Electric in Anselmo, sponsors of this sports broadcast and supporters of the area's student athletes.
We've got spirit, yes we do. We've got spirit, how about you? Here at Nebraska State Bank, we've got school spirit. Introducing mascot debit cards from Nebraska State Bank. Now you can go to your local NSB branch and request a new debit card for your favorite high school team. The Broken Bow Indians, South Loup Bobcats, or Anselmo-Merna debit cards are available by instant issue. You'll only pay $10, and the entire amount will be passed along to your school. It's a win-win situation, right? Take your school pride to the next level at Nebraska State Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
When we unlock the doors and turn on the lights at the grocery cart, we're excited to serve you with a smile and helpfulness that can't be matched. Our staff is happy to help bring you this sports broadcast. It's our mission to offer you great prices in a store that is clean, organized, and convenient. Connect with us online at gkbrokenbow.com or come by and shop 7 days a week from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. East Highway to Broken Bow.
When you're on the go, don't forget that you can have convenient mobile banking services from Custer Federal State Bank right in your pocket all throughout the summer. Have you heard about Kasasa? The concept is simple. Monthly rewards, no monthly fees. Get cash back for using your debit card, earn a high rate of return on your balance, and more. Qualifications may apply. Their courteous and experienced staff always welcome you to come through their doors. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC.
Been scouting for that trophy buck? AeroSeed has game cameras to do the job for you. Moultrie's white flash trail cameras are the perfect scouting tool for hunters and wildlife watchers. There's one for every need and budget. With 30 years of experience, Moultrie is known for its products that are reliable, durable, top-performing, and affordable. Also available at AeroSeed are supplements and gravity feeders to promote health and antler growth. Stop into AeroSeed and Broken Bow to learn more about game cameras and supplements to enhance your wildlife experiences.
When your car gets dented, dinged, smashed, or smacked, the last thing you should have to worry about is it being in the right hands to get it fixed. When you choose Rod's Body and Paint in Broken Bow, your vehicle will leave their shop looking great. Don't forget, Rod can also help you with those windshield chips. Take care of them before they get worse and cost you more money. If your windshield already needs replaced, they can do that too. Rod's Body and Paint on the curve, west of Broken Bow.
Are you sidelined with an injury? Team Physical Therapy can help at 872-5111. With fall sports and activities getting underway, let the Movement Rehabilitation Specialist get you back into shape. 872-5111. Don't let that back, neck, knee, or shoulder injury prevent you from doing what you love best. With locations in Broken Bow, Burwell, Callaway, Gothenburg, and Kearney, Team Physical Therapy will get you back in the game. 872-5111 or check us out on the web at myteampt.com.
The student athletes you're cheering on during this broadcast practice and study in order to get their competition and schoolwork done right. At Trotter Service, they do the same, except with your vehicle repairs. Whether you need a new battery, brake work and alignment, tires, wheels, or an overhaul, trust their auto repair specialists to tackle the job. Don't forget bulk oil and fuel delivery and on-the-farm tire truck service too. Proud to help bring you this broadcast, Trotter Service in Broken Bow.
we come back to Elm Creek High School as we get ready for the opening match of the night. Again, we've got 3 on the air for you this evening as Anselmo-Merna gets ready to take on Elm Creek in the opener. And then after that, it'll be South Loup and Anselmo-Merna, and we will conclude with South Loup against Elm Creek. All 3 matches live for you tonight on KBBN 95.3 FM, also on the web at kbbn.com, and we'll also have the live video stream going for you as well. You can access it on Sandhills Express Facebook page and Sandhills Express YouTube channel. Want to say thanks again to all of the great sponsors who are bringing us high school volleyball coverage tonight. As we get you ready for our opening match, we look at some of the numbers coming in for Anselmo-Merna, leading them in kills on the season. McKenna Miller, the junior, coming in with 50 kills on the season. She leads the team in that category. Meanwhile, for Elm Creek, some of the top attackers that we'll be watching for here tonight include Hallie Knapp. She is a junior middle hitter. She's one of the leading attackers for the team coming into the season. And we'll also be watching for Ashley Bauer. She's also a junior. She's one of the top hitters on the outside for Elm Creek coming into tonight's competition. So it should be a lot of fun. We got 3 matches on tap for you tonight. Again, the opener is Anselmo-Merna taking on the host team, Elm Creek. And then we will have Anselmo-Merna taking on South Loup. Then South Loup and Elm Creek will end the festivities here tonight. All 3 matches coming up for you live on KBBN Radio and on our live video stream through SandhillsExpress.com. This won't be the only high school volleyball action we have for you this week. Coming up on Thursday, we'll travel to Centura High School and have Broken Bow volleyball as Broken Bow competes against Centennial and Centura at the Centura Triangular. That'll be on Thursday night. Broken Bow will play in the final 2 matches of the evening. They will play Centennial at around 6:15 and then play Centura following. And we'll plan to have radio and video coverage of those matches for you coming up later in the week on Thursday. Again, we're getting ready for the opening serve of Anselmo-Merna and Elm Creek. Back with more after these words.
In your home according to what you're comfortable with, not based on what it's doing outside. Mead Lumber in Broken Bow looks forward to showing you the insulation solutions they offer to keep those outdoor temperatures out of your home. The Broken Bow location is still under construction, and you are certainly still welcome in through the east or north doors, helping to make you feel at home from design to finish. Mead Lumber, East Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Contact your local Shelter Insurance agents, Brent Custer or Seth Pearson in Broken Bow.
Acquiring a lush green lawn is a lot of work. Worry no more. A2Z Lawn Pro's fertilizer program is the solution to ease your mind and lessen your work. Any time of the season is a good time to start. Eliminate weeds, strengthen your grass, and even keep bugs away with liquid fertilizer treatments mixed with micronutrients for a recipe that works specifically in this area. 30 years of experience. 308-870-1762 for A2Z Lawn Pro. That's A2Z Lawn Pro at 870-1762.
Septic emergencies are right up there on the list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squires Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units, too. Squires Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
Fall is approaching and cooler nights are upon us. You need to check out Geared for Sports in Broken Bow for new fall arrivals. Husker gear is hitting the racks in men's and women's sizes, perfect for cheering on your favorite team. And remember, when you need to gear up for the sports you are playing, visit Geared for Sports, west side of the square in Broken Bow. Open Monday to Friday 10 to 6 and Saturday 10 to 4.
Agland ATV would like to acknowledge all the local athletes and coaches from our area. We are proud of the athletes for the sportsmanship, hard work, and dedication that they put into each season. Agland ATV knows all about working hard and playing hard, just like a Polaris. Best of luck to all the local teams from Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
ATVs can be hazardous to operate. Polaris adult models are for riders age 16 and older. Always wear a helmet and be sure to take a training course. Polaris machines are not intended for on-road use.
Sargent Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts, so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
At Melham Medical Center, more than 100 professional and support staff from Custer County and beyond work to ensure caring and compassionate medical attention. Doctors and providers in Broken Bow provide everyday care, while the specialty clinic brings area resident to the area's most experienced physicians. You can view the specialty clinic schedule on our website, melham.org. Melham Medical Center in Broken Bow, large enough to serve, small enough to care.
Agri-Affiliates has provided real estate auction services across the state for many years. Sellers are recognizing that there is far more to a successful auction than just an auctioneer. Our detailed understanding of the real estate market, proven advertising strategies, and our cutting-edge auction day format are what set us apart. We are actively booking auctions for the fall season. Let Agri-Affiliates be your trusted land professionals. Visit us at agriaffiliates.com or call any of our offices to discuss our auction services.
Does the thought of turning 65 give you nightmares? It doesn't have to. Hi, this is Liana with Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency. And as an independent agent, I work with the major insurance companies that you're getting mail and phone advertising from. If you're feeling overwhelmed with the options, give me a call to set up an appointment. We will go through the Medicare process step by step, from signing up to enrolling in the necessary supplement and Part D drug plans. You don't have to do this alone. Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency is here to help. Call me at 836-2201 or stop in at the office in Callaway.
Dewey from Dewey's Implement and Welding in Myrna would like to wish all our area athletes good luck as they compete. May you do your best doing what you can with no regrets. When you come to Myrna, check out Dewey's Farm and Feed Mixers, Kelly Ryan Wagons, Highline Bale Processors, Matheson Welding Gases, ATV Weed Sprayers, and Interstate Batteries. Call 308-872-1972 for a demo or stop by 413 3 Center in Myrna.
This are the Anselmo-Merna community members and alumni. Paid for by Tri-S Ag, supporting the Anselmo-Merna Coyotes.
And again, welcome back, everybody, to Elm Creek High School, getting ready to go with our opening match as Anselmo-Merna takes on Elm Creek. Our opening serve being brought to you by Fort County Heating and Air. Owners Brian Hogg and Austin Cox serve the area with a combined 20 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They provide free estimates and 24-hour service. Whether it's hot, whether it's cold, they are always ready to be prepared and ready to go to work for you. Call Fort County Heating and Air in Broken Bow at 872-2258. Brent Apperson joined now by Jeremy Scheip, who helps us with volleyball tonight. Hello, my friend.
Good afternoon. Glad to be here. Beautiful facility here in Elm Creek. Excited to be here for this one.
So we are underway. The opening serve by Anselmo-Merna. Elm Creek unable to return. And the opening point of our match goes to Anselmo-Merna. At the service line, Rhiannon Myers, the 5'9 sophomore. Myers ready to serve it, sends it on its way. Elm Creek with the receive on the back row. Middle attack coming, and that is going to find the floor. Hallie Knapp, one of the top attackers for Elm Creek, able to put it down and tie the match early here at 1-all in the opening set. In this triangular format, every set tonight goes to 25. Win by 2, rally scoring. Serve on the way from Ava Hellriegel. Handled by AM. Here comes the attack from Coleman. Played nicely by Elm Creek in the back row. Now the attack coming back the other way and able to put it down. Jada Schroeder, the senior outside hitter.
Yeah, just not enough of a block up there established for Anselmo-Merna. And
You kind of saw her scan things with her eyes and find the open spot that was available.
Hellriegel, the sophomore, ready to send it on its way. Puts it in play, and that will be an ace. So Elm Creek has scored 3 in a row, and they go up 3-1 here in the opening set.
Yeah, Addison Priest just was there, just came off of her arms a little bit weird.
The serve at 3-1. Elm Creek leading. This one short, dug out nicely by Priest. Now the attack coming back the other way by the Coyotes. Handled by Elm Creek. Here's the attack on the outside by Schroeder. And that's going to get down for a point. And Elm Creek, behind the service of Hellriegel, able to open up a 4-1 lead here in the first. Serve on its way. Another one in play. Miller on the receive. They'll send it behind for the attack, and that is played in the back row by Elm Creek. The Buffaloes now sending it back the other way, handled nicely by the Coyotes. They'll bump it up at the net, bump it up and over. Elm Creek with a free ball opportunity. Middle attack coming, and that'll get down for a point.
Well, even though the point didn't result in a Coyote point on the scoreboard, really good communication on that point from Lily Thornton. Knew she wasn't going to get under that set and yelled for one of her teammates to take care of it. Point could have ended there without that communication from her.
Hallie Knapp with the kill. Elm Creek leading 5-1. Priest will pass it to the front. Attack from Coleman, trying to take it cross court, block back. Now with the net, it's up and over to Elm Creek side. Knapp in the middle again, a swing and a kill. And Hallie Knapp starting to heat up here in this opening set. And a timeout, Anselmo-Merna. We are in the opening set. Elm Creek 6 and Anselmo-Merna 1. You're listening to live coverage of high school volleyball on KBBN.
Every single day, Kristen Electric is ready to help you with your electric projects and underground farm remodels and new construction. If it needs electricity, Kristen Electric can get it there. Call 308-258-4164. They'll figure out a plan to get you on the way to having reliable electricity. For underground, farm, remodels, and new construction. Proud to support the Anselmo-Merna Coyotes by sponsoring this broadcast. Kristen Electric.
And we're back to Elm Creek. We are in the opening set of our opening match. Elm Creek on a 6-0 run, and they lead 6-1 over Anselmo-Merna in our opening match of the evening. Ava Hellriegel with the serve. Brandon on the receive. They'll set it for Coleman, trying to go with the tip, block back, and it will get to the floor. Elm Creek strong at the net, and the Buffaloes go up 7-1.
AM just kind of got caught in a situation where they could only pass to the near side, and Elm Creek read it well.
Serve on the way. Brandon on the receive. They'll bump it up for Priest, who sends it back from the back row. Free ball opportunity for Knapp in the middle. Dug out, sent back, sent right back by Elm Creek. Thornton now will set it up behind her for the attack, and that will be wide and out. Taking the swing, Mackenzie Burnett. And Elm Creek just continues to rack up points behind the service game of Ava Hellriegel as they lead 8-1. And Anselmo-Merna trying to dig in, desperately needing a side out, and they'll play it on the back row. Chasing after it, AM. Miller will take a swing out of the back row. Played nicely by Elm Creek. Middle attack from Knapp. Off the block and good. 9-1 Elm Creek.
Big early difference between these two teams that I'm seeing is the passing, Brent. Elm Creek staying in system, giving their setter an opportunity to be successful. Lily Thornton's been having to run all over the court on the other side.
Hellriegel with the serve. Priest, a good pass this time. They'll set it up for Brandon, who tries to go cross court, and that's a kill.
There you go. In system, Thornton had a good pass that she could work with, and the kill followed.
So now we'll see if AM can run off some points behind their service game as Kirsten Brandon, the 5'7" senior, goes back to the line, sends it on its way. Pass to the front. Hellriegel will set it in the middle for Knapp. Punched up in the air by Thornton, chasing after it AM, and they will get it back over, but wide and out.
I thought that fell in for a second. Was the one that hit it Addison Priest laying on the ground?
Yes.
Wow.
Point goes to Elm Creek. They lead 10-2. Serve on the way from Hope Pickle. She is the libero. Set up for Miller. The swing and dug out of the back row. Chasing after it, Elm Creek. They will send it into the net, and AM collects the point.
Well, Coyotes are doing some good things after weathering a little bit of a storm early on. Don't look now, but they're only down 7 despite kind of struggling out of the gate.
Now Riley Schmidt, the 5'5 junior, to the service line. Elm Creek 10, AM 3, opening set of our opening match. Hellriegel bumps it up to the far side, sent over by Erpelding. Now at the net, we got a whistle and double contact the call against Elm Creek. Point goes to Anselmo-Merna. Schmidt ready to serve it again. Serve on its way, dug out by Pickle the libero. Now the attack from Knapp on the outside, blocked back, but just out. Coleman and Miller were there to go up against Knapp on the swing. They blocked it back, but it fell just wide and out, and the point goes to Elm Creek. Now it's Knapp at the service line. Big serve, returned by Priest on one hit, sent back, kept alive by AM, and returning it is Coleman. Chance for Elm Creek. They'll set the middle. The attack, a whistle, and they're going to call both teams in the net.
Yeah, there was a lot going on there. I wondered if that would be the call. Net was just kind of wiggling both directions.
So they're going to replay the point. Score remains 11-4. Elm Creek in front. Knapp with the serve. Big jump serve, but it's going to sail long and out. And Anselmo-Merna wins the point on the service error. Now Shaylee Coleman, the 5'9 sophomore, to the service line. AM trying to fight their way back into this opening set, down early 11-5, and that's going to sail long and out. So the two teams exchange service errors. Caitlin Storjohan is back at the service line. The senior sends it across. Miller on a good receive. Here's the setup. Myers takes it down the near sideline and able to collect the kill. Elm Creek led 9-1 to start this set, but now Anselmo-Merna is starting to get into their rhythm a little bit as they try to fight back. Miller with the serve, and that's going to miss the back line.
That was only about a foot away from being a very, very deep corner serve that would just be devastating to Elm Creek, but just out.
Lola Erpelding with the serve. Pass to Thornton, who bumps it up in the air. We'll see if Brandon can make a play. She cannot at the net. They're actually going to call a lift, and the point goes to Elm Creek. Erpelding, the senior, sends it on its way, played by Myers in the front row. Now Myers in the middle, off the attack, off the block, and good. They also had Elm Creek, I believe, in the net as well. So the point goes to Anselmo-Merna as they cut the Elm Creek lead in half. Elm Creek 14, Anselmo-Merna 7. To the service line is Lily Thornton, lofts one to the back row. Pass to Hellriegel, who sets the outside and able to power it through the block is Jada Schroeder, the senior. Schroeder collects the kill, and Elm Creek goes back up by 8. Ashley Bauer with the serve. Priest on the receive. Good pass to Thornton, who sets it up for Brandon. Tried to take it cross court, just tried to set it over the net, but unfortunately sends it into the net. And we have another timeout coming for Anselmo-Merna. Elm Creek has just kind of controlled this set from the beginning. They lead 16-7. You're listening to High School Volleyball on KBBN.
Diesel is a proud sponsor of high school sports and the student athletes who work hard each and every day. They're also proud to offer you Reinke products. When you need performance that you can count on, ask them about Reinke. Central Nebraska Diesel is happy to bring this action to those who can attend. Enjoy the broadcast, and when you need pivot service from start to finish, call Central Nebraska Diesel at 643-2544. Reinke, more right than rain.
Brent Apperson and Jeremy Scheidt back with you behind the mic. Christy Wells behind the camera for our live video stream tonight. Were you trying to swat a fly a minute ago?
I wish it was a fly, but I think it's a mosquito.
Oh, it is.
It looks smaller than a fly.
All
but
right. Well,
yeah, if it just know if it lands on my forehead, you have permission to slap.
I know,
but I expect the same the other way.
I'm going to go Apperson, the swing and the kill. All right, back to action now. Sending it over on the third is Anselmo-Merna. Free ball opportunity for Elm Creek. With the attack, Knapp on the slide, but hits it long and out, and the point goes to the Coyotes.
That was a good-looking slide play. Was set up perfectly, just left it long. It's hard to do that on those slide plays. Take a little bit off of them.
Rhiannon Myers with the serve. Hellriegel runs after it, bumps it up in the air. Elm Creek sends it back on the third. Free ball chance for AM. Coleman in the middle. Swing. Blocked back by Knapp. Kept alive by the Coyotes. Taking a swing this time. Brandon blocked back. Again, it was Knapp at the net. Elm Creek collects the point. Well, we talked about Hallie Knapp in the opening, about how she's one of the top attackers. As you can see, one of the top blockers, too, for Elm Creek. And she has made her presence felt here in this opening set. Elm Creek 17 and Anselmo-Merna 8. Hellriegel with the serve. Thornton will bump it up. And some miscommunication for AM. Burnett and Priest were both there. They were just unsure as to who was going to take it. And it falls to the floor for an Elm Creek point. Serve on the way. Brandon will pass it to Thornton, who sets up Burnett in the middle. Tips it over the block, and it will find the floor.
Very good decision there by Burnett. The nice high set gave her time to figure things out. She surveyed the defense, then went up for the ball and knew she was going for the tip.
Kirsten Brandon, 5'7" senior at the service line. The left-hander sends it across. Hellriegel bumps it up over to the outside. Taking the swing is Schroeder. Dug out by Priest. Coming back the other way, Miller. Off the block and good. And that's one of the people AM needs to get going now that she's up in the front row, and that's McKenna Miller. We'll see if that swing gets her going as AM is back to within 8. Brandon with the serve. Hellriegel will bump it up over toward Knapp. She'll roll it over the top of the block. Covered nicely in the back row by Brandon. Now Coleman with a swing. Punched up in the air by Elm Creek. On the outside, this is Schroeder through the block. Covered in the front row by Miller. Quick set over by Thornton. Covered nicely by the Buffaloes in the back row. The attack over. Kept alive by Burnett. Now a whistle and a lift is going to be the call against Anselmo-Merna.
Good little rally there. I think that's probably our longest rally between these two teams so far in this match. But you talk about the race to 20, and Elm Creek only 1 point away from winning that race.
Hope Pickle, the libero, will serve it. Priest, the libero for AM, on the receive. Outside attack for Burnett, and that'll be a kill. Best swing of the night for Mackenzie Burnett. That makes the score 19-11. Elm Creek in front. AM scored the first point of the set, but Elm Creek has led ever since. Riley Schmidt back into the match for Anselmo-Merna. Gives it a spin, tosses it in the air, and sends it on its way, but it's wide and out. And on the service error, Elm Creek all of a sudden just 5 points away from going up 1-0. Hallie Knapp, the serve, returned on one hit. Free ball chance for Elm Creek. They'll set the outside. The attack from Erpelding. Dug out. Kept alive, and returning is Miller, but it goes into the net. Another point for Elm Creek. Well, as we mentioned, Elm Creek with just 4 wins coming in, but you look at their opponents. They play in that rugged Fort Kearney Conference. So they are well tested despite their 4-8 record. Here's the setup on the outside for Coleman. A big swing, but it goes into the net, and the point goes to Elm Creek.
AM just kind of having a tough time of getting into their offense, more points than less, and you just kind of got to build on those ones that felt good, the ones where you were able to get into your offense and build on those in the next set.
Knapp with the serve, good pass. They'll set middle for Miller. Big swing, but blocked back down to the floor. Ashley Bauer was one of the people at the net to block it back for Elm Creek. 23-11, all Elm Creek here in the opening set. Knapp with the serve, and that will get down for an ace. Boy, Anselmo-Merna just can't get in sync here in the opening set of this match, and now it is set point for Elm Creek. Trying to close it out is Knapp. Big serve, but it goes long and out, and we'll play at least one more point. Shaylee Coleman back to the service line for the Coyotes. Set point again for Elm Creek. Good serve. Handled, though. The attack coming from Storjohan. Sent back by AM, sent back by AM, and it will find the sent back by Elm Creek, It'll find the floor, and Elm Creek is going to take set number 1. So Elm Creek really controlled things through that entire set, and they will go up 1-0 with a victory here in set number 1 by a score of 25-12. We'll come back and get you ready for set number 2 after this.
With Cursive O Cattle are proud Anselmo-Merna Coyote supporters. Selecting for superior genetics and raising cattle in a sustainable manner has always been the foundation of Cursive O Cattle. Just like the athletes in the game, their offering of bred heifers and feeder cattle were developed to perform with excellence. Contact them in Myrna, proud supporters of the Anselmo-Merna Coyotes and this broadcast. Brandon and Barb Miller with Cursive O Cattle of Myrna.
Consolidated Companies is a proud sponsor of our student athletes. Everyone wants to get to the events and cheer on their students, but sometimes you just can't. Keeping up to date on all the local sports is hard to do, but Consolidated Superfast Broadband can change that. Find all the latest information on local school and broadcast channel web pages, along with news and weather. For more information, call Consolidated at 1-800-742-7464. Plus, look for them now on Facebook, facebook.com/Consolidated Companies.
Your friends in electricity, Richards Electric in Anselmo, are proud to help bring this broadcast to you, featuring our great area student athletes. When electricity isn't flowing like it should, call Richards Electric at 308-749-2370. You can't miss their shop. It's right on Highway 2. The doors open regularly as their trucks head out to help across the area. Richards Electric in Anselmo, sponsors of this sports broadcast and supporters of the area's student athletes.
Well, as we make the set change, want to say thanks to Thrivent Financial, proud to support our local sports teams as they work hard to achieve their goals. Thrivent Representative Scott Harvey excited to help you reach your financial goals. He will help you create a financial strategy that reflects your priorities and protects what matters most to you. Whether it's insurance, investments, or planning for retirement, give Scott Harvey and Thrivent Financial a call today at 308-872-2511. Well, Jeremy, you get the feel that the first few points of this second set real important to Anselmo-Merna. They need to kind of find their rhythm and get back into it quickly.
Yeah, they only really got one taste of what it was like to lead in that first set, and that was at 1-0.
Served by Elm Creek as we start the second. There's a big swing by Myers, but it's blocked back. Chasing after it, AM, and they will send it back on the third. Free ball chance for Elm Creek. They'll set middle for Knapp. Big swing, but hit it wide and out. Oh, wait a minute. They had AM in the net. Point's going to go to Elm Creek.
That's tough because that was a really good point for Anselmo-Merna. Good communication out of the gate, out of the set break.
Ava Hellriegel with the serve. Pass to Thornton, who will set it up middle for Burnett. Tips it over the block. There to cover is Erpelding for Elm Creek. Schroeder with the attack. Kept alive by Brandon and then returned by Miller. Punching after it, Elm Creek. They'll scramble and send it back on the second. Thornton off the pass will try to tip it with the right hand, but it goes into the net. And the opening 2 points of set 2 go to Elm Creek. Hellriegel, who had that big service run to open up things in the opening set, serving 2 in a row here to start the second. Anselmo-Merna scrambles and sends it back on the third. They'll set it up middle for Knapp, and she hits it into the net.
Well, there you go. That's what Anselmo-Merna needs. Maybe a mistake by their opponent will be what just kind of gets them started here. They get the serve back and can hopefully roll after that.
Serve on the way by Myers. Hellriegel will set it up for Schroeder, who takes a swing but hits it wide and out. So AM has come back with 2 points of their own, and we're tied at 2 early here in the second set. Myers, good serve. Chasing after at Elm Creek, and they will not be able to return. So we'll see if the ace by Myers gets Anselmo-Merna going. They take the lead at 3-2. This is their first lead of the match since they led 1-0 in the opening set. Hellriegel bumps it over towards Storjohan, who sends it across. Now coming back the other way, it's Brandon with the attack. Punched up in the air by Hellriegel. In the middle, Knapp with a swing and a kill. Hallie Knapp able to produce again for Elm Creek. Coming in to serve now will be the libero, Hope Pickle. We are tied at 3 here in the early points of set number 2. Pickle gives it a spin, a toss, and sends it over the net. Thornton will set it for Burnett. Sets it over the block, into the net, and over the net. AM with it on their side. Burnett takes a swing. Played in the back row by Bauer. They'll set it up for Stor Johan, who sends it across. Priest able to receive it. Thornton off the pass will set it for Coleman, who gets a big swing, but it's punched up in the air by Hellriegel and then put into the net by Elm Creek, as 4 hits will be the official call, and the Coyotes go up 4-3.
Well, that point was all keyed in by AM, just doing what they needed to do, getting the ball over the net, and then just waited for their opponent to make the mistake.
Pass by Elm Creek into the net. They cannot return. Brandon was the one who served it for Anselmo-Merna, and the Lady Coyotes go up 5-3 here in set number 2. Brandon sends it to the back row, handled by the libero Pickle. They'll set Knapp on the outside, dug out by Priest. At the net, going up to send it down is Lola Erpelding off the overpass.
Kind of would agree with the Anselmo-Merna coaches wanting a touch on the net there. Kind of looked like the ball was high enough that maybe it was the forearm of Elm Creek that got it.
Now Knapp serving, Priest a good receive, good pass. They set up Miller on the outside, and it's able to find the floor. Miller gets it through the block of Elm Creek at the net, and the Coyotes go back up by 2.
Savvy tip by Miller there. The block was not very tight. She knew she could get it through there with weaker hits.
Riley Schmidt into the match. Schmidt with the serve, sends it on its way. Knapp on the receive. They'll bump it up over to Bauer, who rolls it over the top of the block, covered though by AM. Now Miller with the attack, punched up in the air by Hellriegel. Attack from Erpelding, dug out nicely by Brandon into the net though, and then Anselmo-Merna will not be able to return. So now Elm Creek at the service line will have an opportunity to tie things up here in set number 2. Caitlin Stor-Johan will serve it. Chasing after it is Schmidt, set up for Thornton, who gets a swing. Kept alive by Elm Creek in the middle. Bauer blocked back by Coleman. Kept alive at the net by Elm Creek. Pickle, the libero, will send it across. Free ball chance for AM. They set middle for Coleman again. Redirects it. First a whistle. And we've got Anselmo-Merna in the net.
Well, Anselmo-Merna has made a change at setter. Riley Schmidt has set the last couple of points. They're getting Lily Thornton some hit looks.
Schmidt will set middle for Miller. Blocked back, sent back, and then returned by Elm Creek. AM with it on their side. Miller on the outside now. Powers it through the block, down to the floor, and AM goes up 7-6. AM looking better offensively here in this second set than they did in the first when Elm Creek won it 25-12. Here's the serve by Coleman. Set outside for Bauer, blocked back. Kept alive though. Bauer again going to get a swing, and this time she puts it to the floor. We also had AM in the net, so the point goes to Elm Creek, and we are tied at 7 here in the second.
AM really feels like they found their footing here, and now we've got a true battle between these two teams.
Erpelding to the service line. AM out of system, gets it sent back on the third. Hellriegel sets it middle for Bauer, redirects it, and finds the floor. And now Elm Creek takes the lead, 8-7 here in set number 2. Elm Creek leading 1-0. Serve on the way by Erpelding. The set outside for Myers, punched up in the air by Erpelding over to Knapp, and then sending it back Bauer on the third. Free ball chance for AM. Schmidt will set it over to Miller, trying to take it down the line, and she'll get the kill. McKenna Miller, the 5'8 junior, with the termination. And we are tied at 8 here in set number 2. Miller now serving. Serve on its way. Playing it at the last second was Erpelding. Thought it might be long, but Schroeder with the attack, played by AM. Coming back the other way, Brandon. Over to Schroeder, passes to Hellriegel, sets up Bauer in the middle, dug out in the back row by Coleman. In the middle, it's Myers with a swing, and Rhiannon Myers is able to collect the kill.
The passing in general in this set has been so much better for Anselmo-Merna, and as a result, the offense has been so much better.
McKenna Miller, the serve. Played on the back row by Elm Creek. Bauer on the outside, rolls it over the block. There to cover is Coleman. Schmidt sets it for Myers, gets a swing, but she went over the line, and Anselmo-Merna will be called in the net. Well, the first set was taken over by Elm Creek as they went on to win at 25-12. This one has been back and forth. That's going to be an ace. Serving it, Ashley Bauer for Elm Creek. So now the Buffaloes retake the lead at 10-9. Bauer, the jump serve. Receiving it, Miller. Thornton will bump it up in the air for Myers. Sends it into the block. Sent back at the net. Overpass. Look out. Hallie Knapp knows what to do with the overpass. And Elm Creek goes up 11-9.
Well, if you're AM, you can't let this one get out of hand. This is the largest deficit, if not close to it, at 2. Just don't let it get farther than that.
Ashley Bauer serves it into the net. So the service error helps Anselmo-Merna as they'll get the point and the serve. On the rotation, Thornton goes back to the service line. Mackenzie Burnett back into the match for AM, playing on the front row. This one sent to the back line, played by Erpelding. Now with the attack, it's Schroeder. Chasing after it, AM. Miller keeps it alive, and Myers sends it back on the third. Hellriegel will set it middle for Knapp. Tips it over with the right hand, and it will find the floor. Tremendous adjustment by Hallie Knapp at the net. That was not an easy set to handle. She had to reach way across her body and got it over the net, and it ends up finding the floor. Elm Creek by 2. Hellriegel with the serve. Pass to Thornton, who will set it up middle for Burnett. Sets it over the block, and it finds the floor.
It felt like that ball was never going to fall down. It just had no juice on it. Just plopped right up over the top and fell.
Rhiannon Myers with the serve. AM trying to tie it back up. Sends it into the net. Sent back by Coleman and then returned by Elm Creek. Coleman with a swing now. Oh, great dig and saved by Bauer. At the net again. Coleman trying to stuff it down. Saving at Elm Creek. Sent over the net. AM with it on their side. Joust coming. It's over on Elm Creek side. Here's Knapp with a swing. Punched up in the air by Miller. Thornton will set middle for Coleman. The swing and the kill.
Caught line over here on the near side. That was a beautiful misdirection hit.
And we're tied at 12. Rhiannon Myers with the serve. Just does clear the net. They'll set it up for Knapp in the middle. Through the block, but covered on the back line by Myers. Returned by Coleman on the third. Free ball chance for Elm Creek. They'll set Knapp again in the middle. Blocked back by Coleman. Kept alive, though, by Knapp on the front row, and then returned by the Buffaloes on 3. Thornton will set behind her for Burnett. Burnett the swing off the block. Returned by Elm Creek. AM with it on their side. Pass into the net, and going up to slam it down was Hallie Knapp on the overpass. Well, no question, Hallie Knapp's kind of been a difference maker in this match so far.
Yeah, and especially on those overpasses, she's very good at skying high enough to make sure she gets them down.
The libero, Hope Pickle with the serve, Burnett with the attack. Pickle, the libero, there to handle it. On the outside, it's Erpelding. Over the net, right into the hands of Hallie Knapp, who sends it to the floor. So it's 14-12, Elm Creek. Continuing at the service line, Hope Pickle. Miller on the receive. Thornton will set it up for Priest, who ends up bumping it over from the back row. Middle attack, Knapp off the block and good. Hallie Knapp again.
Really just puts an emphasis on AM getting good hits on their side, because those free balls they're sending over, Elm Creek is taking advantage of.
Pickle with the serve. Miller on the receive. Thornton will chase after it. Bump it up for Coleman, who sends it through the block, but covered by the Buffaloes. Knapp will bump it over on the third. Free ball chance for AM. Set up on the outside for Brandon. Sets it over the block. Covered, though, by Bauer in the back row. Middle attack for Knapp again. Kept alive at the net. Sent back by Coleman. Back over by Elm Creek. And it will get to the floor. Chelsea Cottage, freshman, has come in to play the left side for Elm Creek. She gets credit for that play, and now a timeout on the court. Elm Creek leads 1-0, and they lead in the second, 16-12.
We've got spirit, how about you? Here at Nebraska State Bank, we've got school spirit. Introducing mascot debit cards from Nebraska State Bank. Now you can go to your local NSB branch and request a new debit card for your favorite high school team. The Broken Bow Indians, South Loup Bobcats, or Anselmo-Merna debit cards are available by instant issue. You'll only pay $10, and the entire amount will be passed along to your school. It's a win-win situation, right? Take your school pride to the next level at Nebraska State Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Now we come back to Elm Creek High School. We are in set number 2. Elm Creek took the opening set against Anselmo-Merna, 25-12. This one has been much more competitive, but you feel, Jeremy, as though this is a critical moment in the match for AM right here, down by 4.
Definitely. You know, last match it kind of felt like 7 points was that hump that AM just couldn't get over. This time around they've been hanging around after having early control.
Served by Elm Creek. The attack coming from Brandon. Chasing after it, the Buffaloes, and they will not be able to return. So a good response out of the timeout for Anselmo-Merna as they pick up the point. And that'll send Brandon back to the service line. Elm Creek 16, Anselmo-Merna 13, set number 2. Elm Creek leads 1-0. They'll set the outside for the freshman Cottage, and that's put up in the air by Thornton. Bumped up toward Myers, hitting out of the back row. Played by the libero Pickle of Elm Creek. Now Bauer out of the back row for Elm Creek gets a swing. This one up through the rafters and tipped over by Thornton. Sent back by Knapp of Elm Creek. Miller going to get a swing now, and that's a kill. McKenna Miller putting it on the back line.
That was a really, really good point for Anselmo-Merna, and I don't know how that didn't touch anything going through the ceiling. Not often a ball goes that high and touches nothing.
Brandon with the serve. Elm Creek out of system here, and they will get it sent back on the third. Chance for the Coyotes. Thornton sets middle for Coleman. The swing blocked back, kept alive, but a lift is going to be called against the Coyotes.
That one was awfully close.
Now Hallie Knapp to the service line for Elm Creek. Her team up a set, leading 17-14 here in the second, but Knapp will serve it into the net. So the Coyotes get a break as Riley Schmidt comes back into the match for Anselmo-Merna. Schmidt to serve. Puts it in play. Bumping it up, Hellriegel over to Bauer, who gets a swing off of it. Played by Myers in the back row. Now Coleman in the middle for AM. A whistle, and we've got Elm Creek in the net. Well, a good response for Anselmo-Merna. When they took that timeout, it was 16-12. They were trailing. Now they have an opportunity to tie it up. Serve from Schmidt. The pass to Hellriegel, who sets up Bauer on the outside. Look out. Ashley Bauer with one of her best swings of the match. And the Buffaloes go up by 2.
Those are the kind of swings that have your team saying, okay, we need to feed her now. We'll see if the next set opportunity goes her way as well.
Caitlin Storjohan with the serve. Kept alive at the net by Schmidt. Tipped over by Miller into the block, though. Sent back by Elm Creek, and then as Thornton tried to return it, the return goes wide and out. And now Elm Creek leads 19-16 here in the second. Storjohan with the serve, and that goes into the net. So AM gets a break again on the service error. We'll see if they can take advantage as Shaylee Coleman goes to the service line. AM down a set and trailing 19-17 in the second. Coleman the serve. Good pass. Hellriegel sets the outside for Bauer. Through the block, but dug out in the back row by Coleman. Now ahead to Myers, who gets a swing, and we're going to get a whistle as that one is called in the net on the attack by Myers. And Elm Creek is now 5 points away from closing out the match, as Lola Erpelding, the senior, will come back into the match in the rotation, and she'll go to the back row to serve. Elm Creek 20, Anselmo-Merna 17 in the second. Elm Creek won the opening set. Schmidt sets it up for Brandon, hitting out of the back row. Covered, though, by Elm Creek. In the middle, it's Bauer. Redirects it, but there to cover is Thornton. Now Miller going to get a swing. That's dug out in the back row by Erpelding. On the outside, it's Schroeder trying to take it down the line, and it's going to be called out.
Well, if you're AM here, you would love to put a little string of 2 points together, tie this thing up at 20.
McKenna Miller will serve. Dug out nicely, tipped over by Hellriegel, kept alive by the Coyotes with the swing as Brandon actually sets it over the block, covered by the Buffaloes. Now Schroeder on the outside, goes cross court, able to handle is Miller. Thornton will set up middle for Myers, sent back by Schroeder. Now it's Myers again in the middle, and that's in. Rhiannon Myers with the kill.
The deep corner, too. You know those hitters on any team love getting those deep ones where the other team says, oh, that's got to be out, and then it falls right at the feet of the line judge.
Chance for AM to tie it. Pass into the net, overpass, going up to put it down is Myers, and we are tied at 20. And now a timeout, Elm Creek. Elm Creek won the opening set 25-12, but we're tied in the second. Back with more after this.
Card is happy to sponsor this sports broadcast. Inside GK Wine & Spirits, the key word for us is variety. We have a large selection of Nebraska-made beers and a bunch of seltzer choices, too. There's a wine that will pair well with any meal. Our shelves are full with everything from sweet to dry. Did I mention awesome prices? For your good time or to wind down your day, shop GK Wine & Spirits inside the grocery cart in Broken Bow.
Well, the second set is now turned into a race to 5, win by 2. We're tied at 20. AM's got to have this set to stay alive in the match. Elm Creek won the opening set 25-12. Critical point here at 20 all. McKenna Miller to serve out of the timeout. Puts it in play. Good pass. Hellriegel bumps it over to Bauer's side. Tries to go cross court. There to handle is Coleman. Thornton will set it up for Brandon, who has to bump it over. Free ball chance now for Elm Creek. They'll bump it to Schroeder, who tries to take it down the line. Played by Coleman again. Thornton to Myers. Rolls it over the block and finds the floor. And Anselmo-Merna has the lead at 21-20 in set number 2. Miller the serve, and that's going to go long. A service error for the Coyotes, and now we're tied at 21. And it's number 21 for Elm Creek, Ashley Bauer serving. Puts it in play. Good pass. Thornton will set up behind her. Myers going cross court. Played by Elm Creek. Now Knapp in the middle. Saved by Brandon. They'll bump it up in the air for Myers. The roll shot over. Played by Bauer in the back row. Elm Creek has to scramble, and they will send it into the net as Anselmo-Merna gets the point.
Well, all of a sudden we've got ourselves a good old-fashioned shootout here. Neither team seems to want to take the lead.
Lily Thornton at the service line for AM. Coyotes by a point now in set number 2. Hellriegel sets middle for Knapp, who's back to the front row. Block back, and it's a point for Anselmo-Merna. Oh, man, that's a huge point as Myers and Brandon were able to stuff Knapp at the net, and the Coyotes go up by 2. Thornton serving again. Hellriegel will set it for Knapp, sets it away from the block, and puts it in play for the point. Well, another big point here. If AM wins it, they can serve for the set. Elm Creek, meanwhile, trying to get us tied at 23. Hellriegel with the serve. Thornton will set it up middle for Burnett. Redirects it. Sent back, but wide and out. And Anselmo-Merna's going to serve to tie the match.
Good little run here for Anselmo-Merna.
Myers the serve. Set point AM. Elm Creek's got a chase. Stor-Johann sends it over, but long and out. And Anselmo-Merna comes back to win set number 2 and tie the match at a set apiece. After Elm Creek won the first 25-12, Anselmo-Merna comes back in the second to win 25-22. The decisive third coming up after this.
Forget that you can have convenient mobile banking services from Custer Federal State Bank right in your pocket all throughout the summer. Have you heard about Casasa? The concept is simple. Monthly rewards, no monthly fees. Get cash back for using your debit card, earn a high rate of return on your balance, and more. Qualifications may apply. Their courteous and experienced staff always welcome you to come through their doors. Custer Federal State Bank, member FDIC.
If you're looking for alternatives for your corn or soybean acres, look no further. Wheat or forages from Arrowseed are great options with low input costs and provide great rotational benefits to the next crop. Cereal forages like winter triticale, rye, or winter barley can give you grazing acres for cattle as well as a cash crop. Wheat will provide a cash crop along with the opportunity to double crop or plant a soil builder cover crop for an alternative grazing program and improved soil health. To learn more, call Arrowseed today.
One thing we definitely desire perfection on is our vehicles. You want something that gets you to where you're going comfortably while looking great. Whether storm damage, deer damage, or insurance claim, take your ride to Rod's Body and Paint Broken Bow. They're the collision specialist. You should call 308-872-5346. Offering over 42 years of experience, they'll get you back on it quickly without sacrificing quality. From dings and dents to full replacement and auto glass repair. Rod's Body and Paint, West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
And we come back to Elm Creek High School. Well, our opening match is going to go the distance. We go into set number 3. Elm Creek won the opening set over Anselmo-Merna 25-12, but AM comes back to win the second 25-22. As we go to the third set, we want to say thanks to Klang Financial. Your friends at Klang Financial are honored to help with any of your health and life insurance questions, as well as any retirement planning needs you may have. You can reach them at 872-6810. Klang Financial, located in downtown Broken Bow at 940 South D Street. I want to say it was 22-20. Elm Creek leading in that second set, and then Anselmo-Merna able to come back and win it 25-22. So we'll see what happens here in the third. Elm Creek will open with the serve. Again, this our first match of 3 tonight. Coming up, South Loup will join us. They'll play Anselmo-Merna in match number 2. And then the finale will be South Loup and Elm Creek. So everybody is where they need to be on the court. At the service line is Ava Hellriegel, and we are underway in the third. Thornton will tip it over with the right hand, sent right back by Schroeder at the net, and Elm Creek gets point number 1 in the third. Sets tied at 1. We play in the third. This the decisive set in this triangular format as Hellriegel sends it across. Pass up toward the net. Thornton kept it alive for Burnett, who sends it across. Bauer over to Knapp, sends it over the net, covered by Brandon. Now Burnett on the outside, hits it into the net, and the point goes to Elm Creek.
Well, now you're in the third set. Both teams should have all the jitters out and all of that new opponent for the season feel out. This should just be straight play.
Chasing after it is Myers, Myers did a good job of just keeping that ball alive, but Anselmo-Merna not able to return, and Elm Creek scores the opening 3 points of set number 3. Served by Hellriegel, bumped up in the air by Thornton, and tipped over by Burnett. They'll set middle for Knapp, the swing. Off the block, kept alive by Burnett. Pass to the front, returned by Brandon. Set up again for Knapp in the middle, the swing, and the kill. So Elm Creek has come out strong here in the third. They've scored the first 4 points. They lead 4-0 in this decisive third set. Hellriegel will send it across. Thornton sets it behind her for Myers, trying to go cross court, but hits it into the net. And now it's 5-0 Elm Creek. So Anselmo-Merna trying to dig in and get the side out to stop this Elm Creek run. Serve on the way. Scrambling the Coyotes, and they'll send it back on the third. The setup for Schroeder on the outside, taking it down the line for the kill. And we'll see what Coach Hoblin decides to do. Is she going to let her players try to fight through this? Well, she's going to go to the bench and make a substitution. Halsey Baxter, the 5'10 junior, is going to come in. Burnett comes out. 6-0 Elm Creek here in the third. Pass in toward the net, trying to keep it alive. Thornton cannot. Now it's 7-0. Now let's see if we get a timeout. Nope, I think
Coach it's coming.
No, Coach Hoblin's going to let her team try to play through this as Hellriegel will serve. Thornton will set it up on the outside. Baxter with the kill. Now that's the way you come in off the bench. So now we'll see if AM can make up some points on their service game. Myers with the serve. Hellriegel will set it on the outside for Ryan Erickson. Handled by the Coyotes. Back the other way, it's Brandon. Oh, nice save in the back row by Bauer. Kept alive and returned by Elm Creek on the third. At the net, Thornton trying to keep it alive. First a whistle and a lift is going to be called. Well, that really came because of the pass. The pass was in toward the net. Thornton tried to save it, but got whistled for the lift. Now Hope Pickle, the libero, serving for Elm Creek, who leads 8-1 here in the third. Thornton will send it to the outside for Coleman. Block back, down and good. Knapp was there. Erickson was there. Block for Elm Creek, and they go up 9-1.
That's probably the most powerful block we've seen either way here tonight. That one was straight down.
Pickle tosses it in the air and sends it across the net. Thornton will set it back row for Myers, and that's going to sail long and out. It is 10-1 Elm Creek, and now Anselmo-Merna forced to call a timeout. Well, each team has won a set, but it's all Elm Creek early in the third. They lead 10-1.
Team Physical Therapy can help at 872-5111. With fall sports and activities getting underway, let the Movement Rehabilitation Specialist get you back into shape. 872-5111. Don't let that back, neck, knee, or shoulder injury prevent you from doing what you love best. With locations in Broken Bow, Burwell, Callaway, Gothenburg, and Kearney, Team Physical Therapy will get you back in the game. 872-5111, or check us out on the web at myteampt.com.
Back to action here at Elm Creek. We are in set number 3 of our opening match. Elm Creek won the opening set 25-12. AM was able to come back and tie the match, winning set 2 25-22. But Jeremy, here in the third, it's been all Elm Creek up to this point.
Yeah, it has. They've come out with a lot of fire, and you know, Coach Hoblin alluded to waiting a little bit longer to try the timeout. I mean, the argument could be made, you're 3 sets in, just see if your team can rally through it.
Hallie Knapp just went down. Knapp went up on an overpass, tried to put the ball down, and then came down wrong on an ankle, and she is slow getting up. I'll be honest, I was watching Knapp at the net and saw her come down wrong on an ankle. I'm not really sure how the point came out. In fact, I don't think they've even put it on the board yet. They're going to help Hallie Knapp to her feet, really favoring that right ankle, and oh boy, you just feel terrible for her. She has certainly been a major part of this match for Elm Creek at the net, but now she is going to have to come out.
We'll see what they elect to do at this point. I think the whistle might have come as the ball was still in play. It did end with Anselmo-Merna getting the kill at the end. The ball did eventually fall on Elm Creek's side, but looks like we might get a replay of the point.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to get. Because of the injury, they stopped play. And it looks like it is going to be 10-1. Elm Creek will serve. And here comes the serve from Hope Pickle. Thornton will set it to the outside for Coleman. Punched up in the air by Bauer. Now Bauer hitting out of the back row, and that's going to sail long and out. Point Anselmo-Merna.
A really good hit there by Shaylee Coleman. I know it didn't get down, but when she's fed a really good ball to lean into and power down, she's been a good striker tonight.
Serve from Kirsten Brandon. They'll set the outside for the attack by Cottage, the freshman, sent back by AM. And so the Coyotes now starting to fight back here in this third set. Brandon ready to serve again. Sends it toward Pickle, the libero. They'll set it up on the outside for Stor-Johann. It goes into the net. Point Anselmo-Merna. And the Coyotes have scored 3 in a row. Brandon puts it in play again. Hellriegel will set it up for Bauer, who reaches back out of the back row and sends it across. Thornton to the outside to Miller, and that's a kill for McKenna Miller.
Well, it's worth mentioning, Knapp, not only a big part of the offense for Elm Creek, but the defense as well. Always up on that net, being a part of those blocks, and I think Elm Creek may be missing her blocking a little bit more than her offense at this point.
This one bumped up at the net, and Coleman goes up and takes advantage of the overpass. And now it's going to be a timeout, Elm Creek. So with Hallie Knapp going out with the injury, and Anselmo-Merna may be with an advantage now at the net, as they have run off 5 in a row. They are to within 4, and we'll come back after this.
Cheering on during this broadcast, practice and study in order to get their competition and schoolwork done right. At Trotter Service, they do the same, except with your vehicle repairs. Whether you need a new battery, brake work, an alignment, tires, wheels, or an overhaul, trust their auto repair specialists to tackle the job. Don't forget bulk oil and fuel delivery and on-the-farm tire truck service too. Proud to help bring you this broadcast, Trotter Service in Broken Bow.
Brent Apperson and Jeremy Scheich with you behind the mic tonight for this triangular. Behind the camera, Christy Wells with us this evening, helping us with our video stream. We're live on the radio, KBBN 95.3 FM, live on sandhillsexpress.com with our live video stream. Out of the timeout, here's Brandon with the serve. Chasing after it, Elm Creek, and they will not be able to return. And you really feel for the Buffaloes right now. That injury to Hallie Knapp, which has taken her out of the match for the moment, has really turned the tide, as Anselmo-Merna now down by just 3.
Not only takes away her playmaking ability, but just kind of the flow.
Served by Brandon, that's an ace. And now Anselmo-Merna, who trailed 10-1 in this set, is now to within 2. Brandon sends it on its way. Bauer on the receive. They'll set it up for Bauer hitting out of the back row. That'll be dug out by Myers, but it's into the net, and Anselmo-Merna will not be able to return.
Well, if you're Coach Stolp, your message to your team is, okay, we're down one of our leaders, but she doesn't bump, set, and spike it every single time the ball is over here. So she needs to get her team to rally together and push this lead back out for the Buffaloes.
Well, we have an official's timeout, and I think they are just making sure that Elm Creek is correct in their rotation. The floor official was the one who called the official's timeout. I think she was just wanting to make sure that Stor-Johann was to be the one at the service line. She is. And so the senior will get ready to send it across, puts it in play. Pass at the net. Taking a swing, Bauer, and now we got a whistle and a violation at the net against Anselmo-Merna. And Coach Katie Hoblin is coming over to get a clarification on the call.
I'll admit I don't know what she would have needed to change.
Well, the point's going to go to Elm Creek. We know that as Miller takes a swing. Stor-Johann is able to handle it in the back row. Now Cottage, the freshman, takes it down the line for the kill. So after Anselmo-Merna ran off 7 in a row and made it 10-8, Elm Creek has scored 3 in a row to go back up by 5. Serve on the way. Handled by Myers, pass to Thornton, who sets behind her for Baxter the attack. Chasing it, Hellriegel. Cottage is there to send it across on the third. Thornton will set it up middle for Coleman. Redirects it from the block. There to cover, though, is Erickson at the net. Set back by Elm Creek. Thornton will set it outside for Miller. Through the block. Saved. And returned on the third by Elm Creek. The setup middle for Coleman. The swing. Played up toward the net, tipped by Bauer, handled for the moment, sent back by Miller. Elm Creek with it on their side. This one bumped up in the air by Pickle, returned by Bauer on the third. Another chance for the Coyotes. Middle attack, Coleman the swing off the block, kept alive by Hellriegel, chasing after it the libero Pickle, and it will be returned by Bauer on the third. Pass to Thornton, sets it outside for Miller, the swing and the kill. One of the longer rallies of the night. Miller able to terminate the point and bring the Coyotes to within 4. Carsey McGinn, the 5'4 senior, now into the match. She'll serve it, and that's into the net. Tough service error for Anselmo-Merna. Point goes to Elm Creek, and they lead 14-9 here in the third. Serving will be Ryan Erickson, the junior for Elm Creek. Erickson sends it on its way. Miller on the receive. Thornton will set it up for Coleman with the swing, and it catches the far sideline. Well, as we look across the way, we see Hallie Knapp walking on that ankle, putting some pressure on it. Again, she was injured going up, trying to block an overpass. Now out, trying to work things out on that injured ankle as we've got Anselmo-Merna with the return, forcing Elm Creek into 4 hits, and the point goes to the Coyotes.
I don't see any ice on it or anything. Might just be trying to keep it loose a little bit if it was just a slight tweak.
Coleman the serve. Oh, man, that's a dandy. Dug out nicely by Erickson, though, and Elm Creek will get it sent back on the third. Thornton sets it up for Myers. The swing blocked back by Bauer, down to the floor and good.
And that's just tough if you're Anselmo-Merna. You get a free ball over. It was just a floater, and the pass is off for Thornton, and she has to run about 10 feet to set it. Those free balls, I know, are something that Coach Hoblin is going to talk about. You need to have solid passes on those, if any.
Served by Erpelding as Thornton sets it behind her for Miller, into the block and down to the floor. Miller with enough power to get it through the block attempt of Schroeder and Bauer at the net. Elm Creek 15 and Anselmo-Merna 12 in the third. Miller's serve. Pass to the net. They'll set it outside for Schroeder. Tips it over the block, covering nicely the libero Priest. Now it's Brandon who takes a swing, but it goes into the net, and the point to Elm Creek. After this match, we'll get you ready for South Loup and Anselmo-Merna. Ashley Bauer to the service line. Sends it on its way. Bumped up in the air by Brandon. The return coming from Myers, but it's wide and out. And now Elm Creek leads 17-12 in the third. Bauer with the toss. Sends it across. Thornton will set up Myers. The swing, and it's good. Elm Creek 17 and Anselmo-Merna 13 as we play in the third. Baxter checking back in for Anselmo-Merna as the libero Addison Priest will come out. Thornton to serve it. Sends it to the back row. Erpelding on the receive. They'll set outside for Stor-Johann. Trying to go cross court. Punched up in the air by Miller. Now the attack from Brandon. Trying to set it on the far side. Sent back by Elm Creek. Now a whistle and a lift will be the call against Anselmo-Merna. Elm Creek 18, AM 13 in the third. Hellriegel serving. Elm Creek through the rotation one time. Set up for Baxter, who takes it down the line for the kill.
Wow, I don't know how she got that angle on that ball, but the ball is flying right at you, and then you're able to turn it 90 degrees like that and get it to go down the line. Should be pretty proud of your hit.
Served by Myers. Pass to the front. They'll set it up outside for Bauer. Big swing and the kill for Ashley Bauer. Or was that Schroeder? That may have been Schroeder, I think. 14. Well, it's a kill for Elm Creek, and the Buffaloes go up 19-14. Boy, this is a key moment here for AM. Need to get the side out right here. Hope Pickle with the serve. Played at the last minute by Priest. Now the attack from Coleman. Pickle, the libero, there to handle it. They set the outside for Erickson, and that's a kill. Ryan Erickson, the junior, delivers. And Elm Creek is 5 away from the match. Hope Pickle, senior, the libero for Elm Creek, ready to serve. Sends it on its way. Priest on the receive. Good pass. Thornton sets behind her for Brandon. Redirects it. Covered by Stor Johan in the front row. Sent back by Elm Creek on the third. Thornton will move to the center position. Set it up for Brandon, who sets it across. Hellriegel sets it for Bauer, hitting out of the back row, and that's going to sail long and out. Well, again, with Hallie Knapp having to come out of this match earlier in this set with an ankle injury, Bauer now becomes your main attacker if you're Elm Creek, and they've been setting her in the back row, which is where she plays right now. And they set it up for her again, hitting out of the back row, and that's going to be kept alive by Thornton. Oh, but the return is going to go into the net. Man, it looked like AM was going to be able to get that across, but it goes into the net. Point goes to Elm Creek.
Boy, McKenna was leaned back. That was quite the leaner and a tough angle, too. It just about got there.
Stor Johan with the serve, and that's going to find the floor. It's an ace, and now Elm Creek is 3 away from winning the match. Serve in play. Pass to Thornton, who sets it outside for Miller. The swing, blocked back. Bauer and Erickson were there for the rejection. 23-15, Elm Creek in the third. Serve on the way, another one in play. Thornton will set middle for Coleman. Big swing, look out. The kill for Shaylee Coleman. Now to the service line is Carsey McGinn. Anselmo-Merna needs to make a run here. Down 23-16. Good serve. Returned on one hit. Coleman on the overpass goes up and puts it to the floor. McGinn ready. The serve in play. Hellriegel bumps it up for Erickson on the outside. Was there a touch at the net? No, it's out. No touch. Well, here we go. AM trying to fight their way back into this set. It's 23-18. McGinn, another good serve. They'll set the outside for Bauer. Sets it over the block, digging it out McGinn. Thornton will bump it over to Brandon, who sends it across on the third, and then miscommunication on the part of Elm Creek. No one took the ball. Anselmo-Merna with another point. AM scores about 2-3 more. This thing gets really interesting. McGinn with the serve. They'll set it up outside for Bauer. The swing through the block and good. And now it is match point, Elm Creek. Substitution. The libero, Addison Priest, will come in for Anselmo-Merna. Erickson at the service line for Elm Creek. Match point, but it goes into the net. So AM stays alive. 24-20 the score. Match point number 2 coming up for Elm Creek. Shaylee Coleman to the service line. Coleman puts it into the net. and that's how the match comes to an end. So Elm Creek took the opening set 25-12. AM fought back to win the second 25-22. Anselmo-Merna fell behind 10-1 in the third set, got it to 10-8, but Elm Creek was ultimately able to hold on, and they win it in the third 25-20. Back to wrap it up for match number one after these words.
The temperature in your home according to what you're comfortable with, not based on what it's doing outside. Mead Lumber in Broken Bow looks forward to showing you the insulation solutions they offer to keep those outdoor temperatures out of your home. The Broken Bow location is still under construction, and you are certainly still welcome in through the east or north doors, helping to make you feel at home from design to finish. Mead Lumber, East Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Pickup truck, sports car, motorcycle, minivan, townhouse, two-story, farmhouse, fixer-upper. What you drive and where you live is different for everyone, so it's important to have insurance that fits your needs and is just right for you. At Shelter Insurance, we understand that, which is why our agents help you design a comprehensive auto, home, and life insurance plan. Insurance that fits just right.
Contact your local Shelter Insurance agents, Brent Custer or Seth Pearson in Broken Bow.
And we come back to Elm Creek High School as Elm Creek wins our opening match of the night. They win it 2-1 over Anselmo-Merna. Elm Creek really controlled the opening set. Anselmo-Merna led 1-0 and then never led again as Elm Creek took set number one 25-12. Then in the second set, Anselmo-Merna fell behind but was able to fight back, and they took set number two 25-22. Then in the third, Elm Creek got up 10-1. Anselmo-Merna went on a run, got it to 10-8, but ultimately Elm Creek was able to hold on, and they win it 25-20 in the third. So Elm Creek able to win our opening match of the night. Anselmo-Merna will try to bounce back as they get ready now to take on South Loup. Well, Jeremy, when we were making the journey here to Elm Creek, we were looking at the records, we were looking at the matchups on paper, and we're like, you know what? We're going to have three really competitive matches tonight, we felt, and match number one was exactly that.
Yeah, it was. Took it to three, obviously, and Anselmo-Merna, and well, both of these teams can have another match in this triangular, so they both certainly have things that they can build on going into their other matches here this evening. But I think for Anselmo-Merna, you know, they've just got to give their hitters more opportunities off of the sets, and that all starts with the passing. You know, when an offense is flowing, like we saw it at times for Anselmo-Merna, when their offense is flowing right, they're getting really good hits on the ball, and their hitters are skilled enough to be able to place that ball where they want. They're not just swinging for the fences like I would be if I was out there. If I could just get it over the net, I'd be happy. But they can place that ball when they get a good opportunity at it. And I know that's what Coach Oblin is going to be talking to her girls about, just getting good set offense going so that they can give their best opportunity at points.
South Loup is here, the sports co-op between Arnold and Callaway. They are on the court kind of warming up now, and they will get ready to take on Anselmo-Merna. This will be the second time that these two teams have met this year. They met way back in the beginning of the season at a triangular that was hosted by Anselmo-Merna, and AM was able to win that early match. So we'll see what happens in the second meeting between the two, and that'll be the match that we focus on next as we continue with live coverage of high school volleyball for you tonight on KBBN 95.3 FM and also on the web at kbbn.com. So as we make our transition into our second match of the night, we want to take time to say thanks to the sponsors of our radio broadcast coming up between Anselmo-Merna and South Loup. And tonight they include Agra Affiliates, Dewey's Implement and Welding, Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency, Callaway Market, Tri-S Ag, Callaway District Hospital with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, Agribest Feeds in Callaway, Central Nebraska Diesel, Pinnacle Bank of Arnold, Cursive O Cattle, A1 Auto Repair, Reed's Food Center, Mills Hardware, First State Insurance of Arnold. Also brought to you by the Anselmo-Merna Boosters, Rocks Underground, Badgley Well, Rain Dance Repair, Consolidated, Christian Electric, Sandhills Custom Creations, and Richards Electric. Tonight's radio broadcast of Anselmo-Merna and South Loup Volleyball also being brought to you in part by the Nebraska State Bank, Grocery Cart, Custer Federal State Bank, Aero Seed, Rod's Body and Paint, Team Physical Therapy, Trotter Service, Mead Lumber, Shelter Insurance, A to Z Lawn Pro, Squire Septic Service, Geared for Sports, Agland ATV, Sargent Irrigation, and Melham Medical Center. Anselmo-Merna and South Loup, it'll be coming up next on Central Nebraska's Sports Source.
Number of properties in 2023. Our success stems from our team of experts that understand the local real estate market. We offer advice listing your property to get maximum return while still considering marketing time. Our team of managers, appraisers, and salespersons work together to provide information you need to make marketing decisions. Our new Broken Bow office will be opening soon, but you can give us a call now at 308-872-1323.
Dewey from Dewey's Implement and Welding in Myrna would like to wish all our area athletes good luck as they compete. May you do your best doing what you can with no regrets. When you come to Myrna, check out Dewey's Farm and Feed Mixers, Kelly Ryan Wagons, Highline Bale Processors, Matheson Welding Gases, ATV Weed Sprayers, and Interstate Batteries. Call 308-872-1972 for a demo or stop by 413 3 Center in Myrna.
Does the thought of turning 65 give you nightmares? It doesn't have to. Hi, this is Liana with Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency. And as an independent agent, I work with the major insurance companies that you're getting mail and phone advertising from. If you're feeling overwhelmed with the options, give me a call to set up an appointment. We will go through the Medicare process step by step, from signing up to enrolling in the necessary supplement and Part D drug plans. You don't have to do this alone. Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency is here to help. Call me at 836-2201 or stop in at the office in Callaway.
At the Callaway Market, they appreciate their amazing customers who choose to shop local with them. That's why they offer their loyalty program, which has allowed them to give thousands of dollars back to the community. Your friends at Callaway Market invite you to shop their aisles, quality meat counter, and bountiful and beautiful produce section. On Mondays, a senior discount of 10% off is given. Thank you for shopping local from the Callaway Market. Open 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday and Sundays from 11 till 5.
This is for the Anselmo-Merna community members and alumni. Paid for by Tri-S Ag, supporting the Anselmo-Merna Coyotes.
The Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, welcome new patients. They are committed to providing local access to high-quality care. Their transportation service is available to the public, including those with disabilities. Specialty clinics offered include cardiology, oncology, general surgery, gynecology, podiatry, wound care, and orthopedics. They would love to give you more information when you stop in and say hi at the Callaway District Hospital and the Callaway and Arnold Medical Clinics.
Simply put, AgriBest Feeds in Callaway has the ranching supplies you need and are looking for, like Sweet Pro Tubs with probiotin that helps cattle perform better while consuming up to 25% less forage. They also have Redmond mineral salt, Aeroquip chutes, and portable tub alley systems, plus vet supplies, pet and poultry feed, and dry shod boots. Sometimes the ATV or UTV is the way you want to go. They have drive-through gates ideal for the farm, ranch, hunting, lease, and more. For fencing, barbed wire, posts, and more, visit AgriBest Feeds behind the Community Center in Callaway.
Central Nebraska Diesel is a proud sponsor of high school sports and the student athletes who work hard each and every day. They're also proud to offer you Rainke products. When you need performance that you can count on, ask them about Rainke. Central Nebraska Diesel is happy to bring this action to those who can attend. Enjoy the broadcast, and when you need pivot service from start to finish, call Central Nebraska Diesel at 643-2544. Rainke, more right than rain.
She walked into the bank holding a birthday check from Grandma to open her first checking account. That same account was there when she started her first job. It paid her first month's rent. And it was still there the day she brought her daughter into the bank to open a checking account of her own. Because choosing the right bank for checking means building a relationship. That's something Nebraskans value. And it's why we're not just a bank in Nebraska. We're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Brandon and Barb Miller with Cursive O Cattle are proud Anselmo-Merna Coyote supporters. Selecting for superior genetics and raising cattle in a sustainable manner has always been the foundation of Cursive O Cattle. Just like the athletes in the game, their offering of bred heifers and feeder cattle were developed to perform with excellence. Contact them in Myrna, proud supporters of the Anselmo-Merna Coyotes and this broadcast. Brandon and Barb Miller with Cursive O Cattle of Myrna.
And we come back to Elm Creek High School, starting to transition now into our second match of the night, which will feature Anselmo-Merna and South Loup. Again, we are providing a live video stream of tonight's matches, which you can access on sandhillsexpress.com. Just click on live stream, and that'll take you to the links that you can click on to view tonight's action. And you can also go directly to the Sandhills Express YouTube channel or Sandhills Express Facebook page. And we want to take a moment and say thanks to the sponsors you'll see flashing across your screen on the video stream tonight. They include Agribest Feeds of Callaway, Insurance of the Heartland, Colligan, Nebraska State Bank, Power Solutions, Agland ATV, Grocery Cart, BD, Callaway District Hospital with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, Meat Lumber, Moline Seed and Fence, and Lines Appliance. Big thank you to all of those sponsors for making our live video stream possible here tonight from Elm Creek High School. We'll step away for another timeout. We'll continue with more after these words on Central Nebraska's Sports Source.
Deserves a star on the sidewalk in Hollywood, but at A1 Auto Repair they do. Their team has grown recently, which means they have even more technicians to give your ride that star treatment it deserves. Routine maintenance, tires and alignment, complex repair and testing. Their team has the tools and know-how to get you on the road. For service that is top-notch and care that is expert level, call A1 Auto at 308-848-2542 or swing into 110 East 7th Avenue in Arnold to say hi to Josh, Megan, Mikey, Kyle, DJ, and Richard.
Grocery shopping can be tough. Planning meals, finding time to shop, all while trying to save money in the aisles. Reed's Food Center in Arnold invites you to sign up for their rewards program. You earn 5 points for every dollar you spend. Then use those points the next time you visit on highly discounted products. Visit reedsfoodcenter.com and check out recipe ideas, a meal planner, plus ads, coupons, and internet-only specials. Reed's Food Center. Visit them soon in Arnold.
If you've ever seen the Milwaukee tool display at Mills Hardware in Arnold, you probably thought it was as big as it could ever be. Well, you better go back and see it again soon because it's even bigger. The display is now 350 feet long. 3 aisles of Milwaukee tools that lead the industry in durability and performance. Simply put, the selection and knowledge you'll get when you choose Mills Hardware is going to be top-notch. Mills Hardware in Arnold, proud to be the area's premier Milwaukee connection.
At First State Insurance of Arnold, they're proud to say that they can offer you choices. Those choices save you money. They can offer you a variety of choices because they are independent agents. First State Insurance is cheering on the Bobcats all the way. Call Becky or Taylor at 848-2522 to set up an appointment with First State Insurance of Arnold. Proud supporters of the South Loop Bobcat coaches and players who work so hard. Just as all the athletes show hard work and dedication throughout the season, the Anselmo-Merna Booster Club is dedicated to supporting them. They want to express their encouragement to all the teams, not only during game time, but also during every practice, every drill, every rep, every challenge. A lot goes into each time you compete, and the boosters are very proud of you. Good luck from the Anselmo-Merna Boosters.
Rocks Underground serves Central Nebraska with expertise in water and irrigation services. Need some help? Call Rocky Dockweiler at 870-3457. Rocky salutes the student athletes of the area and all the hard work they put in each and every season and is very proud of the young men and women that live in Central Nebraska. Enjoy this broadcast, brought to you in part by Rocky Dockweiler with Rocks Underground in Oconto.
And And we come back to Elm Creek High School, getting close to the start of our second match of the night. Anselmo-Merna trying to bounce back after falling to Elm Creek in our opening match of the night, 2-1. Getting ready to take on South Loup, who will make their first appearance now here at this triangular. They'll play against AM and then play in the finale against the host team, Elm Creek. Joined once again by Jeremy Scheip, helping us with tonight's call of high school volleyball. Jeremy, I thought since we have you here tonight and we got you behind the mic, I thought I'd give you an opportunity to just talk a little bit about our live stream. This is something that we started a couple of years ago. Really, it kind of came out of the COVID situation when things got opened back up a little bit and we were able to play competitive sports again. There was still moments where they really weren't letting everybody into the gym to experience the sporting events. So I know that we were trying to come up with an idea, well, how can we bring things to the people who aren't able to attend? And that's kind of what made the live stream come to life. And it's kind of taken on a life of its own. And you, my friend, are really the guy that has kind of developed this and put it all together. And I know that you've been pleased with the response that businesses and viewers have given to it, and we can't thank people enough for making this kind of a part of our broadcast now when it comes to high school sports.
Yeah, we just kind of toss in a couple of more cases and bags of equipment and go from there. It doesn't require a whole lot more equipment. It looks more complicated than it really is. We got cords and stuff.
Don't tell people that, Jeremy. You make it sound like it's really, really difficult to put together.
Well, it is in a few different ways, but we've kind of got it honed in and figured out, and it works really well, especially for sports that are played in a gym. Basketball and volleyball and wrestling really lend themselves to it. It's a little bit more difficult when you go out to, say, the site of like a football field, because you don't always have an internet connection as available to you in those locations. But the schools have been receptive to it as well. We don't take up all that much more space, and we don't want to step on anybody's toes, but we do know that there are some people out there that, believe it or not, like listening to our voice while they're watching the video stream. And we hope that you folks feel that we're adding to your viewing experience if you can't make it to support these student athletes in person. There's family members that watch from all over the world to support these kids, and we hope that our video streams, when we're able to provide them, add to your fandom. So yeah, I appreciate everybody tuning in. The sponsors scrolling on the screen obviously could not do it without them, and then we appreciate the help of the schools as well in accommodating us. And tonight we're behind a glass wall up here essentially, so have a beautiful spot up here, and we're big on internet connection. We can work with different views. We've done all kinds of games from all sorts of different views over the years, but as long as we can see the court from some kind of angle, we're good to go. We just like that internet connection, obviously.
Yeah, big thanks to the folks here at Elm Creek for sending us up there. They're doing some remodeling and some beautiful things to their school here, and one of the things that they are remodeling is where we're sitting at. This is going to be their weight area, and they're making some adjustments to it. As Jeremy said, we're behind glass, but we've put out a microphone, which hopefully will kind of give you a little bit more ambiance than what maybe we're hearing with where we're sitting tonight. But can't thank them enough. Brandon Marquez is the athletic director here at Elm Creek Public Schools. Appreciate his help in getting us set up. And we always appreciate the support of all of the schools that we journey to so that we can bring you coverage of the area high school athletes that we cover in the KCNI KBBN coverage area. While the two teams are continuing their warm-ups, we're getting close to the opening serve between South Loup and Anselmo-Merna, and we'll continue with more from here at Elm Creek High School after these words on KBBN Radio.
Is ready to help you with your electric projects and underground farm remodels and new construction. If it needs electricity, Kristen Electric can get it there. Call 308-258-4164. They'll figure out a plan to get you on the way to having reliable electricity. For underground farm remodels and new construction, proud to support the Anselmo-Merna Coyotes by sponsoring this broadcast. Kristen Electric.
Badgley Well Service in Oconto is proud to sponsor this high school sports broadcast, featuring some of our awesome student athletes right here in central Nebraska. Cliff and his team at Badgley Well are always on call at 858-4409. From domestic to stock wells, call Badgley Well Service of Oconto. They have the experience to get the job done right. Call Badgley Well Service of Oconto when water is the goal. Badgley Well is happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Have you heard the buzz?
Yeah, it's got to be my neighbor's Beehive.
Beehive?
Yeah, it's that new pivot controller from Beehive Ag.
Cool, what's it do?
Your phone becomes your pivot panel. You can control your pivot, pump, in-gun, and it even has GPS and VRI. Breathe new technology into old pivots.
Really? The subscription must be expensive.
No, there is no subscription fee. Contact Rich Reynolds with Rain Dance Repair at 308-870-4455. That's 870-4455.
Consolidated Companies is a proud sponsor of our student athletes. Everyone wants to get to the events and cheer on their students, but sometimes you just can't. Keeping up to date on all the local sports is hard to do, but Consolidated Superfast Broadband can change that. Find all the latest information on local school and broadcast channel web pages, along with news and weather. For more information, call Consolidated at 1-800-742-7464. Plus, look for them now on Facebook, facebook.com/Consolidated Companies.
Your friends in electricity, Richards Electric in Anselmo, are proud to help bring this broadcast to you, featuring our great area student athletes. When electricity isn't flowing like it should, call Richards Electric at 308-749-2370. You can't miss their shop. It's right on Highway 2. The doors open regularly as their trucks head out to help across the area. Richards Electric in Anselmo, sponsors of this sports broadcast and supporters of the area's student athletes.
Sandhills Custom Creations is on the west side of the square in Broken Bow and excited to show you what they can do. They offer embroidery, vinyl, sublimation, screen print transfers, and heat transfer designs. Check out their UV printer, which can create the smallest of stickers to the largest of banners. Let them help you create and personalize your fan gear with one of their new designs. They are open Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 4, and Friday by appointments. Sandhills Custom Creations, on the square in Broken Bow.
Agri-Affiliates has provided real estate auction services across the state for many years. Sellers are recognizing that there is far more to a successful auction than just an auctioneer. Our detailed understanding of the real estate market, proven advertising strategies, and our cutting-edge auction day format are what set us apart. We are actively booking auctions for the fall season. Let Agri-Affiliates be your trusted land professionals. Visit us at agriaffiliates.com or call any of our offices to discuss our auction services.
Dewey from Dewey's Implement and Welding in Merna would like to wish all our area athletes good luck as they compete. May you do your best doing what you can with no regrets. When you come to Merna, check out Dewey's Farm and Feed Mixers, Kelly Ryan Wagons, Highline Bale Processors, Matheson Welding Gases, ATV Weed Sprayers, and Interstate Batteries. Call 308-872-1972 for a demo or stop by 413 3 Center in Merna.
And we come back to Creek High School, the side of our triangular tonight, getting ready for match number 2 as Anselmo-Merna takes on Elm Creek. AM playing in the opening match of the night, taking on the host team Elm Creek, where Elm Creek won the opening set 25-12. AM came back and won the second to tie the match, winning 25-22, but then in the third, Elm Creek was able to hold on and win it 25-20 in the third to win 2-1 to pick up their 5th win of the season. For Anselmo-Merna, they now come in with 6 wins and 5 losses on the season. They'll take on a South Loup team who is 4-7 on the year. South Loup's wins coming against Mullen twice. Medicine Valley in their most recent win was against Bertrand. Now this is the second time that these two teams have met this season. They met at the Anselmo-Merna Triangular back on August 29th in the early part of the season. It went 3 sets and Anselmo-Merna was able to win it 2-1. And the guy who is going to call it for you tonight, Mr. Jeremy Shipe, are you ready, my friend?
I hope so. We'll give her a shot. This will be just my second volleyball match I've ever called, but you can never be too up and ready to call anything. I say, you can never be too informed on what's going on in a sport. So Yeah, it should be a lot of fun, and glad to be along for it.
Well, it's great to have you along. You'll do a great job, and Jeremy will have the call of it for you coming up here in just a moment. We do want to let you know that this is not the only high school volleyball coverage that we have for you on the air this week. Coming up on Thursday, we'll make the journey to Centura High School, just outside Cairo, Nebraska, as Centura will host Broken Bow and Centennial for a triangular. Those should be 3 good matches, too. We'll have the Broken Bow matches on the air for you Thursday night on KBBN 95.3 FM and KBBN.com. And we'll also take the video camera with us Thursday night as well and provide a live video stream of those matches coming up on Thursday. So join us for Broken Bow Volleyball Thursday night from the Centura Triangular. They'll take on Centennial around 6:15 and then follow that with a match against Centura. We'll have both of them on the air for you coming up Thursday night on Central Nebraska's Sports Source. Our second match of the night here between Anselmo-Merna and South Loup is coming up next on KBBN Radio and on our live video stream through sandhillsexpress.com.
Have to. Hi, this is Liana with Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency, and as an independent agent, I work with the major insurance companies that you're getting mail and phone advertising from. If you're feeling overwhelmed with the options, give me a call to set up an appointment. We will go through the Medicare process step by step, from signing up to enrolling in the necessary supplement and Part D drug plans. You don't have to do this alone. Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency is here to help. Call me at 836-2201 or stop in at the office in Callaway.
At the Callaway Market, they appreciate their amazing customers who choose to shop local with them. That's why they offer their loyalty program, which has allowed them to give thousands of dollars back to the community. Your friends at Callaway Market invite you to shop their aisles, quality meat counter, and bountiful and beautiful produce section. On Mondays, a senior discount of 10% off is given. Thank you for shopping local from the Callaway Market. Open 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday and Sundays from 11 till 5.
This is for the Anselmo-Merna community members and alumni. Paid for by Tri-S Ag, supporting the Anselmo-Merna Coyotes.
And we welcome you back to Elm Creek High School as we get you ready for our second match of the night. It is South Loup getting ready to take on Anselmo-Merna. And our opening serve of tonight's match is being brought to you by J.R. Meyer Insurance Agency of Callaway. As your local independent insurance agency, they can offer coverage by many of the most respected companies in the nation. Call 836-2245. And to call it for you, here's Jeremy Shipe.
All right, thank you very much, Brent. Anselmo-Merna's starting lineup: Brianna Myers, McKenna Miller, Addison Priest, Mackenzie Burnett, Shaylee Coleman, and Lily Thornton. Ball in play. South Loup quick offense, but the hit is long. Well, they're going to call into the net. So that's going to be a point for Anselmo-Merna out of, they call Anselmo-Merna in the net. That'll be a point for South Loup, despite the hit from Charlie Vickers being just long. Opening serve for South Loup is from Bryn Schwartz. Bryn puts her arm into it. Received by AM. Third touch, touched over. Received by South Loup. Free ball back over to the Coyotes. Thornton, the set. Brandon sets it over herself, off the block and down. Point Anselmo-Merna.
Nice play by Brandon at the net. Took it right into the block, but was able to get the angle. South Loup did not get a real clean block on it, and we're tied early.
Kirsten Brandon, the jump serve, and it's going to be an ace. Fell right in front of Grace Bierman. I think she just kind of misjudged how much speed it had on it, and it just fell. Brandon, a couple of dribbles, a spin, the jump serve. This one falls short. South Loup does well to control it. A little bit of a roll shot there put up by Charlie Vickers, returned by Anselmo-Merna. Set back over by South Loup. Anselmo-Merna set offense. The spike down. Will it fall? It will be a kill. Shaylee Coleman Got South Loup to bump that one up into the rafters. It pinballed around, and they couldn't return it. It's 3-1 Anselmo-Merna. Brandon's third serve in a row. That one almost falls too. South Loup on the chase. Free ball again, bumped over. Brandon the receive. Set by Thornton. Slapped over by Halsey Baxter. Free ball again, set over by South Loup. Lily Thornton sets it for Coleman. Can't get it to go down on the cross-court attack. Vickers slaps one over. AM set offense. And that's going to be the first kill put down by Anselmo-Merna's McKenna Miller.
Well, Vickers was there at the net, but Miller was able to go with the angle and glance it off the left forearm of Vickers for the point.
Kirsten Brandon to serve again, the jump serve. Received near side, now getting the ball back and slapping it down is Charlie Vickers. Just long. Point Anselmo-Merna, and the Coyotes have to be thrilled with how they're coming out in this first set against South Loup. Brandon, the jump serve. This one floats long. Rupik receives it. South Loup sends it over on three, and it falls right in the donut hole. And that stops the run of Brandon at the service line. South Loup puts a second point on the board. I apologize if I get the score mixed up. One scoreboard has no teams written on it. The other one is weird, I'll just say. And that's going to be a service ace for South Loup. Charlie Vickers' first serve just tickles the net and falls to the pine.
Yeah, so hard to read it when it gets a good portion of the net. For South Loup, able to fall over, though, for the point.
Ball returned off Vickers' next serve by AM. Off of the block the other way. Unable to get it over was McKenna Miller. Couldn't control it. 2 touches called on Anselmo-Merna. Back to the service line goes Charlie Vickers. Coyotes lead at 5-4. Vickers, tough serve. It's long, though. Plenty of speed. Just a little bit too much length. And that's a point to Anselmo-Merna. They lead at 6-4 as subbing into the game is Riley Schmidt to the service line. Schmidt, the jump serve, right in the middle to Vickers. Set by Schwartz. Bumped over for a free ball by Delaney Rogers. Set near side. Miller can't get it to go down. Set over on three by South Loup. Miller, she'll try again, slaps this one down. Rupik, good dig. Off on the pass, though. Vickers, back row attack, almost gets it down. Overpass AM, and it's going to be a lift called on South Loup. Point Anselmo-Merna.
Yeah, it's too bad. Delaney Lively just mistimed her jump just a little bit. Just didn't get a good swing on it, and the violation was called.
Schmidt back to the service line. Puts it in play. Wow, that one dove over the very, very tip of the net. And it's going to be an ace.
Well, sometimes you get aces off power serves. Then you go with the finesse, and you just find an open spot on the floor, and Schmidt put it right where it needed to be.
Next serve up from Schmidt. Misjudged a little bit in the back row by Reif. But they are able to get it back over are the Bobcats. Now the attack from Miller, and it finds the floor. Point Anselmo-Merna. Coyotes offense looks very sharp here to start the first set against South Loup. Big service runs for Anselmo-Merna so far. This is only, I think, the second server we've seen for them. Ball in play. Slapped over by Rogers. Set. Thornton, Coleman, the attack. Dug on the far side by Rupik. Sent over by South Loup, and the touch from Brandon goes out of bounds, not returned, and it's a score for South Loup.
All set up by the good pass from Rupik as they were able to set up Rogers in the middle, who is able to deliver.
Josie Reif back to the service line. Puts it in play. Coleman, good swing on it. Did it go in? It did. The line judge on the near side calls it on the line. Good swing from Shaley on that one. And the Coyotes double up the Bobcats 10-5.
Yeah, we had a pretty good look at it from where we're stationed up here above the court, and it looked like it just did catch the line.
Coleman, tough serve, and that'll be an ace. Misjudging it a little bit in the back row was Reif. Couldn't get in front of it, and it'll be an ace, and a timeout is called on the floor. Anselmo-Merna leads it 11-5 over South Loup here on KBBN.
The Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, welcome new patients. They are committed to providing local access to high-quality care. Their transportation service is available to the public, including those with disabilities. Specialty clinics offered include cardiology, oncology, general surgery, gynecology, podiatry, wound care, and orthopedics. They would love to give you more information when you stop in and say hi at the Callaway District Hospital and the Callaway and Arnold Medical Clinics.
Your friends at Clank Financial are honored to help with any of your health and life insurance questions, as well as any retirement planning needs you might have. You can reach them at 872-6810. Clank Financial, located in downtown Broken Bow at 940 South D Street. Thank you to Clank Financial for sponsoring this sports broadcast. Coleman with the serve. Tough one again. Schwartz is set. Going to be sent over on three by Rupek. Anselmo-Merna set offense. Miller, the spike, tools it off the block, and it falls. Coyotes with the first point out of the timeout.
Good swing by Miller. Got a lot of force behind it. Just able to get it through the block and collect the point.
Coleman back to the service line. The jump serve. This one's going to find the net. Service air. Point South Loup. Lively puts her hand into it. The set. And whoa, that was a very odd hit from Rhiannon Myers, but she got it to go down. That's probably the most cross court you can get. It just followed all the way down the net and found probably the closest corner to the net you can find. Point AM, Miller the serve. Overpass, tipped down by Myers, can't get it to fall. Shoved over by Rupek. Here comes the offense of the Coyotes. Miller, back row attack, off to the side and out. Point Bobcats.
Go back to that play by Myers on that kill. I think that was perhaps the sharpest angle I've ever seen on a swing. I can't believe that thing stayed in bounds.
It's probably about as sharp an angle as you can get without just riding the net exactly. Priest going to shove it over on three for Anselmo-Merna. Here comes South Loup. Charlie Vickers pokes it over, and it will find the floor. Not the ideal offense, but it ends in a point. That's the ultimate goal, and South Loup earns themselves the serve.
Vickers has had a great start to the year, coming into this match with over 100 kills already on the season.
Bierman's serve goes long and out of bounds. Side out, Anselmo-Merna. Back to serve, Lily Thornton. Her team leads it 14-8. Lily floats this one over, received in the back row. Rupek sets it up into the net on the hit from Bryn Schwartz. Thornton's service run will continue.
Yeah, good play at the net too by Baxter and Myers. They were right at the net to oppose the effort from Schwartz.
And that's going to be an ace. It happened that quick. She put a little bit more on it. Showed she kind of has the speedy serve as well as that floater. And it's now 16-8 Coyotes. Thornton runs into another one. This one right over the tape again as well. Vickers attack. Somehow gets that one to come over despite misjudging it. Brandon sends it back over on three for AM. Schwartz slaps that one over. The set from Priest. Brandon into the dig for South Loup. The tip by Schwartz, going to find the floor this time around, and it's a point for South Loup.
Really good read at the net by Bryn. She was able to read the defense, redirect it, and puts it down on the tip.
Rupek back to the service line for South Loup. Punches into it, and that will be an ace. It just dove over the net right in front of Brandon. Couldn't quite get down and underneath of it. And South Loup reaches double digits, 16-10. Miller digs it out. Thornton pokes it over. Can South Loup handle it? They can. Send it over on 3. Lilly for Myers. Myers just misses on the near sideline on the hit. 16-11, and Anselmo-Merna still leading. Greeley Rupek. Serve up from her. Dug by Myers. Shoved over near side. Hitting it over was Baxter. South Loup sends over a free ball on 3. Thornton the set. Goes near side to Brandon. Brandon can't quite get it down. The set from Schwartz for Vickers, and that's probably the best look at a hit she's had so far tonight, and she knew what to do with it.
Yeah, best swing of the night for Vickers for sure, and she was able to produce.
16-12, AM serve receive with the lead. Rupek puts her arm into it. Another good dig there by Miller. Set up for Brandon in the middle. Did it find the floor? It did. Point Anselmo-Merna, and they earn the serve back. Priest will go out. Coming in for her is Shaylee Coleman for this rotation. Myers with the serve, and that'll be an ace. One of those tough balls for Grace Bierman to decide if she wanted to try to set it or hit it. Couldn't get out of the way fast enough. It hit her right in the chest. Myers, next serve, handled better. Vickers, big swing off the top of the block, dug by AM. Coleman misjudged the timing on the set from Thornton, and that'll be a point, South Loup. (18-13) Anselmo-Merna. Schwartz back to serve it. Priest, the pass over to Brandon on the far side, can't control it. And Schwartz will continue at the service line. 18-14, Anselmo-Merna here in the first set. Priest receives this one. Thornton knocks it up in the air. Baxter can't get it over the net. Hit the tape probably about as square as it could. It shot right back without much of the net underneath of it moving at all. And all of a sudden it's 18-15. Priest can't handle that one, and it's a service ace for Schwartz. And that's going to draw a timeout from Anselmo-Merna. Coyotes 18, Bobcats 16. Back after this on KBBN.
Callaway has the ranching supplies you need and are looking for, like Sweet Pro tubs with probiotin that helps cattle perform better while consuming up to 25% less forage. They also have Redmond mineral salt, Aeroquip chutes, and portable tub alley systems, plus vet supplies, pet and poultry feed, and dry shod boots. Sometimes the ATV or UTV is the way you want to go. They have drive-through gates ideal for the farm, ranch, hunting, lease, and more. For fencing, barbed wire, posts, and more, visit Agribest Feeds behind the Community Center in Callaway.
This broadcast is brought to you in part by Nebraska Pasture Door in Brokenville on the west side of the square. Make sure you talk to them about spirit wear for your favorite local team. Nebraska Pasture Door, custom embroidery for businesses, schools, groups, and family, as well as fun graphic tees. They're open Monday through Friday starting at 10 a.m. at Nebraska Pasture Door. Schwartz with the serve out of the timeout. Miller on the receiving end. Sets it up for Thornton, and the hit from Coleman goes long. And the service run continues for South Loup, who have pulled to within one here in the first set.
Yeah, been a great comeback for South Loup as they have kind of found their rhythm now here in this opening set.
Miller to Thornton. Thornton pokes it over on one. Charlie Vickers, the hit, goes off of the tape but falls. And that's a point, South Loup, and we're all knotted up at 18 here in the first set. Anselmo-Merna needing a side out. Bryn Schwartz puts her arm into it. Coleman receives it. Back to the back row, and now slapping it over on 3 is Baxter. The set from Schwartz. Vickers ran out of real estate, poked it over, but called, well, let's see.
AM's in the net.
AM in the net. So that'll be a point again to South Loup, and now the Coyotes just want to see somebody else back there serving the ball besides Schwartz because she's been back there for a bit. South Loup with the lead. The serve. Thornton gets under it. Coleman, swing. Received by Rupek. Good pass. Vickers the hit. Miller Gets it up in the air. AM returns it on 3. Here comes the offense for South Loup. Vickers, another slap at it. This one going to go through the block and down.
Yeah,
the call in the net doesn't matter, though, because it went down either way, and South Loup continues this humongous run. They lead it 20-18. Schwartz the serve. Can't quite get it down. Returned on 1 by Baxter. Here comes South Loup. Received by Anselmo-Merna. Trying to go up with it was Brandon, but didn't quite make it over the net. And the run continues for South Loup, and Anselmo-Merna just can't catch a break. Schwartz, good serve. Miller to Thornton, pokes it over on 1, sent right back to Anselmo-Merna. Coleman, the swing, can't get it down. Good one-arm dig by Rupik, but it goes up into the net, and finally Anselmo-Merna able to get a side out. It's 21-19 Bobcats. Kirsten Brandon back to serve for Anselmo-Merna. Sends it into the back corner. Schwartz receives it there. Shoved over near side. Lively finds the angle. Thornton runs underneath of it, and Miller slaps it over on 3. South Loup back on offense. Vickers, big swing, received by Priest. Miller the other way. Off of the block and down. We're all in the 20s. South Loup 21 and Anselmo-Merna 20.
Now, big point right here. AM trying to get it tied. South Loup trying to give themselves a little bit of breathing room as we come to the final points of the opening set.
Brandon back to serve again for AM. Puts her hand into it. Received in the back row. Little miscommunication near side. And it's down for Charlie Vickers. Touched by Anselmo-Merna. And South Loup is the first to 22.
And now Vickers going to come out of that front row and go to the back and serve. South Loup did a lot of their offensive damage when she was in the front row.
Good serve from Vickers. The set from Thornton. The hit for Miller, sent back. Miller able to control it. Set, back to front. Miller, good hit over. Here comes the offensive South Loup. Slapped over and put down. Good score there by Delaney Rogers out of the front row. And a timeout taken, Anselmo-Merna. It's 23 South Loup, 20 Anselmo-Merna. Back after this.
Central Nebraska Diesel is a proud sponsor of high school sports and the student athletes who work hard each and every day. They're also proud to offer you Reinke products. When you need performance that you can count on, ask them about Reinke. Central Nebraska Diesel is happy to bring this action to those who can attend. Enjoy the broadcast, and when you need pivot service from start to finish, call Central Nebraska Diesel at 643-2544. Reinke, more right than rain.
Fort County Heating and Air owners Brian Hogg and Austin Cox serve the area with a combined 20 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They provide free estimates and 24-hour service. They'll be there for you when the cold weather hits, which it might not this week. It's going to be pretty nice in the 80s, and when the warm weather is around the corner as well. Call Fort County Heating and Air in Broken Bow at 872-2258. South Loup 2 points away from taking set number 1 as Vickers puts her arm into it on the serve. Good receive there from Priest, set by Thornton, slapped over by Baxter. Rupik on the receiving end. They set it up and send it over. Thornton on the set again. Near side now for Miller. This time it gets down for Anselmo-Merna, and they pull to within 2.
That was a big point coming out of the timeout. AM needed it. Otherwise, they would have been looking at set point against them. Now we'll see what they can do as Riley Schmidt comes in to serve.
Schmidt back to the service line. The running jump serve. Whoa, what a serve. That one floated over and just dove right at the net. Kind of one of those ones that you wonder, man, is that going to make it over? And then it makes it over and dives. It's an ace, and AM trails 23-22. Schmidt fires this one over a little bit longer, received in the back row. Put over on 3 by Rogers, can't get it down. The set, and Thornton bumps it over on 3. Schwartz, the set, Rogers puts it down. Getting an arm on it was Riley Schmidt. Really did about all she could. It was just in a weird place for Anselmo-Merna's defense, and now it's set point South Loup. Josie Reif back to serve. Fires into this one. Dug out of there. Miller, the attack. And that one's not down yet. And it's going to be called outside of the antenna. That would have been one heck of an angle for South Loup to find, but it is called out. And Anselmo-Merna trails 24-23. Need to get a couple of points here.
Well, I know that the return was out, but what a great effort. I mean, it really looked like there was no chance of getting to that attack from Miller, but South Loup almost got it returned.
Into serve for Anselmo-Merna. Carsey McGinn puts her arm into it. Oh, and serves it into the net. A heartbreaking way for a set to end, but South Loup takes the first, 25-23. We're back with the second after this.
On every Sunday to earn money for his first car. She needed the help, and when money got tight, he kept doing it for free. So he never saved enough to buy that car for his 16th birthday. But it didn't matter, because she gave him the classic, parked in her garage. Do the right thing, and good things happen. That's why we're not just a bank in Nebraska. We're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Brandon and Barb Miller with Cursive O Cattle are proud Anselmo-Merna Coyote supporters. Selecting for superior genetics and raising cattle in a sustainable manner has always been the foundation of Cursive O Cattle. Just like the athletes in the game, their offering of bred heifers and feeder cattle were developed to perform with excellence. Contact them in Myrna, proud supporters of the Anselmo-Merna Coyotes and this broadcast. Brandon and Barb Miller with Cursive O Cattle of Myrna.
Thrivent is proud to support the Broken Bow Indians and our local sports teams as they work hard to achieve their goals. Thrivent representative Scott Harvey is excited to help you reach your financial goals. He'll help you create a financial strategy that reflects your priorities and protects what matters most to you. Whether it's insurance, investments, or planning for retirement, give Scott Harvey and Thrivent Financial a call today at 308-872-2511. Thank you very much to Scott Harvey with Thrivent Financial for being a sponsor of high school sports on KBBN Radio. Well, Brent, Anselmo-Merna did some really good things there in the first set. Had a pretty big lead, but I think the story of that first set was that big run that South Loup was able to take control with and then didn't really look back after that.
Yeah, and Anselmo-Merna got the lead in that opening set, but as you said, South Loup was able to fight back, kind of did it behind the service of Bryn Schwartz, but also when Charlie Vickers, their top attacker, got to the front row, they were able to set her up. She got some swings, was able to produce with some kills, and that kind of got South Loup into the flow of things. AM fought back, kind of looked like we were going to go extra points maybe in the opening set, but South Loup able to hold on and win at 25-23. And, well, you kind of expect another close set here in the second, so we'll see how it plays out.
Both teams back out on the court early with about 20 seconds to spare on the in-between set timeout. So we'll get underway here just shortly. South Loup to serve first, and Schwartz back there to serve. And we're underway. Priest receives it, bumped up. Brandon puts it on the back line. Excuse me, that was Rihanna Myers. Puts it on the back line. Good hit for Anselmo-Merna on the very first point of the set. And she'll go back to serve. Myers to serve. Received by Rupek. Schwartz flies in, and that's put down by Vickers through the block and down. Wow, what a powerful hit. And Charlie will now go back to serve.
Man, the elevation, too. My goodness, Charlie really got up on the jump and able to power it down for the kill.
Vickers with the serve, sent over on three, free ball for South Loup. We'll see if they use it. Schwartz, the set, sets it for Rogers. Can't quite get it down, but the pass from Miller goes over the head of Lily Thornton, and it's a point to South Loup.
I think Coach Guthrie has to be happy with what Rogers has given her at the net in this match. Another kill there for Delaney.
Oh, very fast serve from Vickers. Coleman The spike, can't get it down. South Loop's offense. Rogers puts it into the net, and it's a point. Anselmo-Merna, we're tied at 2.
Good job at the net for A.M. Shaylee Coleman, too. She was right there to go one-on-one with Rogers and bother the attempt.
South Loop, serve receive. They go far side to Rogers. Controlled. Sent back over by Coleman on 3. Here comes South Loop, tipped off the block. Miller, the second hit, and getting a set over on it is Rogers again. Coleman. Back the other way. Schwartz left it long on the attack from just behind the spike line. That'll be a point. Anselmo-Merna, they take the lead 3-2 here in the second.
Good read at the back line by the Anselmo-Merna libero, Addison Priest. Saw it was going to go long, stepped away from it, and the Coyotes got the point.
And I think we had a rotation issue here for South Loop. And that was a point to Anselmo-Merna, so back to the service line goes Kirsten Brandon. Brandon, a couple of dribbles of the ball, runs forward and puts it in play. Rupick, the receiving end. Rogers, back row attack for Vickers, can't get it to go down. Priest, a good dig, sent over on 3, and South Loop goes the other way, shoved over. Another good pass from Priest. Near side, Miller can't get it to go down, and South Loop somehow gets it back over. Sent back on 1 by Anselmo-Merna. Schwartz sends it long on her attack, and after a very exciting rally, it's a point to Anselmo-Merna.
Yeah, it may have been the best point of the match up to this point. Both teams really working hard defensively, but AM able to claim the point.
Brandon back to the service line. Coyotes lead at 5-2. Brandon has her serve sent back over on 3. Priest gets under it, but unable to get to it is Thornton, and that one falls for a South Loop point. To the service line, Josie Reif puts her arm into it, floats over. Priest, the receiving end. The set, Thornton to the middle. Coleman can't get it to fall. Good dig in the back row by Reif. Here comes the attack. Popped out of there by Priest. The attack from Miller the other way. Can't get it to fall. Vickers with the dig. Now the spike put into the net by Rupick, and it's a point Anselmo-Merna.
Again, Coleman and Burnett that time at the net to bother the attack as the Coyotes collect another point.
Schmidt floats one over, sent over on 1, but unsuccessful in popping it back down with Shaylee Coleman. Just kind of threw it right into the top of the net, and the net kind of threw it higher than she had. And it's a point to South Loop. And now the serve finds the back line. What a serve from South Loop's Delaney Lively. Puts it right on the line, and the line judge was all over it.
Yeah, it was right on the line. But I was kind of like Priest. As I was watching it play, I probably would have stepped away from it too. Thought it was going to sail along, but hit the line instead.
And now an ace for Lively. Goes short on that one, and Priest unable to run up on it, and all of a sudden we're tied at 6. Lively's next serve. Set from Schmidt, hit from Miller. That's one of her strongest hits here tonight, and unable to track it down as South Loop kill Coyotes.
Well, the set right on target. Miller able to time it and then power it down for the kill. One of her top swings of the night for sure.
AM leads it 7-6. Into the game, Carsey McGinn to serve. McGinn powers that one into the back row. Rupick, the bump set, rolled over by Schwartz. Here comes Anselmo-Merna. Miller, the hot hand, into the back row. Doug. Schwartz trying to punch it over, does, but crossed the line. I don't know how she did that without touching the net. She was at like a 45-degree angle and called for that one underneath the net. Point Anselmo-Merna.
Yeah, it looked like Bryn was just going to come up with a fabulous play to get it over the net, but her momentum just took her across the center line and got whistled for the violation.
Ball put in play, and that'll be an ace. Carsey McGinn with the hot hand at the service line, fired that one through, and South Loop couldn't handle it. It's a 3-point lead for Anselmo-Merna. McGinn, another tough serve. Schwartz in system though. Dug by Anselmo-Merna. Myers pokes that one over. Sent back over. McGinn, the dig. Now the hit. Was it in? It was not. It was just long, called out, and very close for McKenna Miller, shaking her head after that one. Thought it was in herself.
Yeah, it did not miss by much. It was really close. McKenna had another good swing, but sailed just a little bit long.
Priest back in. McGinn goes out, and it's a serve from South Loop. Miller on the receive. Priest shoves it over on 3. Now in the middle, putting it down is Charlie Vickers. She's in the front row again, like you said, Brent. And the offense of South Loop really flows when she's up there. They set her in the middle, and she puts it down. Anselmo-Merna leads it 9-8. Grace Bierman into the net. Service error. Back to Anselmo-Merna. It's 10-8 Coyotes. McKenna Miller back at the service line. The jump serve, and we trade service errors as Miller puts it into the tape. It's 10-9. Greeley Rupek back at the service line. Puts her arm into it, and that'll be an ace. Just fell in the one spot on the floor for Anselmo-Merna that had no players in it. And we're tied up at 10.
Yeah, great serve by Rupek. It just floated over the net, and there was just nobody to come up and cover it.
Kirsten Brandon subbed out for Halsey Baxter into the lineup for AM. Serve dug by Schmidt. Set for Myers, who sends it long and out. And South Loop with the lead at 11-10. Been a bit since they have led, I think maybe even since the first set. Rupek continues at the service line. Thornton the bump set. Back row attack for Miller. Can't get it down. Schwartz comes swooping in. Almost gets that one down on the tip. Myers goes back the other way. Tips it to the side. South Loop controls. Charlie Vickers into the net. And it's a point. Anselmo-Merna. Tied at 11. Back into the game for Anselmo-Merna. Mackenzie Burnett. Thornton with the serve. Into the back row. Schwartz is set, setting up Vickers. Tries to tip it to the near side. AM controls. Myers tips it back over. Controlled. Now a swipe by Vickers. Took a little bit off of that one, but placed it to where AM couldn't return it. Point South Loop.
As a great call, Jeremy. You said it. She placed it. She read the defense. You could see she saw the opening on the far side of the court and put it right where it had to be.
Schwartz the serve, received by AM. Mackenzie Burnett, her first hit in a while. Haven't called her name all that much here in this second game. Hits it long. It's now a 2-point lead for South Loop. Schwartz back at the service line. Sends it in. Priest. The pass. Thornton sets it up for Baxter. Can't get it down. South Loop the other direction. Attack from Reif. Reif can't get it down. And we trade back the other way. Vickers tries to shove it over. Can't get it to go down. Now Burnett, the tiny little tip over, and a lift going to be called this time around on South Loop. 2 players over there. I think it might have been Reif called on the lift. Either way, point to Anselmo-Merna, and the serve now just going over the net for Myers. Vickers shoves it over on 3. Thornton sets it up. Baxter, cross-court attack, can't get it to go down. Now Vickers in the middle, blocked back.
Oh.
What a block by Shaylee Coleman. 1-on-1, smack dab in the middle of the court. Gets the point on the block for AM.
Man, yeah, what an ace block. Good swing from Vickers, but right into the block of Coleman, who comes up with the rejection.
Tied at 13. Vickers says, okay, now I'm over here on the near side, sends it cross court and into the corner. It's 14-13 South Loop. That's how you know you have your confidence in your hitters. Go right back to them, and now she's at the service line. Vickers, the jump serve into the net, and we're tied at 14 again. Well, not again. We're tied again at 14 this time. Coming in to serve, Kirsten Brandon. All square at 14 here in the second set. Brandon floats this one over, received by Vickers. They go far side. It's slapped over, unable to get it down as Delaney Rogers sent over for a free ball on 3 by Anselmo-Merna. This time Rogers blocked back by Coleman in the middle, and it causes some chaos and results in a point for Anselmo-Merna. Boy, that ace block in the middle by Shaylee Coleman has been big a couple of times here lately.
Yeah, Coleman playing really good right now in the middle on that front line.
Brandon, the serve. Received. Rogers can't get it down. Priest, bad pass. Knocked forward. Miller rolls it over. Received by Vickers. Set by Schwartz. Shoved over on 3. Thornton, the set. Middle. Coleman can't get it to go down. Dug by Schwartz in the back. Now poked over on 3. Free ball for Anselmo-Merna. Miller has to back up for it. It goes off of the net, off the bad pass. And we're tied at 15.
Yeah, it just took Miller a little bit off balance. Had to reach way back to get a swing on that. Hits the net and ends up falling out.
Serve in play. Received by Anselmo-Merna. Miller puts it down and in. Good attack there from Miller, and it's 16-15. Anselmo-Merna.
Yeah, she didn't have to reach back to swing at that one. That was a beautiful set. McKenna was able to get all of the power behind that swing and puts AM in front by a point.
Schmidt puts it in play. Reif receives it. Free ball over on 3 from South Loop. Miller attacking again. Can't get it down on Reif this time. Overpass. Anselmo-Merna scrambling. Shoved over on 3. Miller back on the receiving end. Great dig there by Priest, but unable to do anything with it is Anselmo-Merna, and it's hit out of bounds, and we're tied at 16. First set went to South Loop. Anselmo-Merna trying to take set 2. Serve quickly put in play. Hit from Miller into the block. Miller controls it and is shoved over and finds the floor. I think South Loop maybe thought there was going to be a call from the official, but the ball was tipped on the attack from Miller. AM kept playing, and they got the point.
Yeah, and I think South Loop may have also thought that Thornton was going to set that up to one of her hitters, and instead she just put it over the net.
Back in to serve, and putting it in the net was Carsey McGinn. Couldn't get it to go, and we're tied once again as we go back and forth and back and forth. It's 17 apiece here in the second set. Again, we're playing best of 3 to 25, win by 2. South Loop with 1 tally for the first set. Serve put in play by Bierman. AM, a little bit helter-skelter. Sent over on 3 by Brandon. Set, shoved over to Schwartz. Puts her arm into it, can't get it down. Priest with the dig, but sends it a little bit too far forward, and Miller can't punch it over. Point, South Loop. Bierman with the serve. Miller set it on the receive, but the second set from our teammate Schmidt, a double touch I think was called maybe, and it goes as a point to South Loop. Bierman back into play. Set up to Thornton, and Myers maybe just mistimed her jump a little bit. Sends that one into the net, and now a timeout going to be called by Anselmo-Merna as South Loop has lengthened their lead to 20-17 here on KBBN.
Shop. Needing to drive somewhere doesn't just pause. Life keeps going a million miles an hour. That's why A1 Auto Repair in Arnold offers loaner vehicles, so your daily routine doesn't have to be put in park. Their books are open for appointments, which means no more waiting for weeks to get your ride looked over. Appointments fit your schedule at A1 Auto Repair. Convenience is number one. Whether a routine checkup or oil change or an in-depth repair, call A1 Auto Repair at 848-2542 or stop at their new location at 110 East 7th Avenue in Arnold.
The fall season is here. Shop at the Garden Center in Broken Bow. They have a gorgeous fall mum variety of colors for your fall planting. Trees, shrubs, fall landscaping projects. New perennials are in. ready to go home with you. Open Monday to Friday, 10 to 5:30. Saturday, 10 to 2, 1 block south by the Tumbleweed Cafe. The Garden Center in Broken Bow, proud to support our student athletes. And the serve from South Loup goes long, and we go to the serve of McKenna Miller. Miller slaps this one into play, and it goes off of the knuckles of a South Loup player, and that is an ace for Anselmo-Merna. Just barely unable to handle it was Lively on the other side. Couldn't get underneath of it. Miller, the jump serve. A little bit more left, but same result. Ace serve for Miller and Anselmo-Merna, and that's what you want to see if you're a Coyote fan out of the timeout. 2 straight points for AM. You add that to the service error the other way, and they're on a 3-0 run. Miller's next serve. South Loup controls it this time. Hit coming from Vickers. Can't get it to go down into the net. Point Anselmo-Merna.
Yeah, good job at the net, too, to defend by Myers and Thornton. And, wow, what a response by Anselmo-Merna after they called that timeout.
Miller's serve just over the net, and South Loup can't control it. It's another ace for Miller, and Anselmo-Merna is out to a 22-20 lead. The serve from Miller into the net. And South Loup pulls to within 1 on the service error. Rupik back to serve. Greeley Rupik. The serve. Priest to Thornton. Thornton sets it up for Myers. Slaps it over. Set up for Vickers in the middle. Blocked back by Myers. And it finds the floor. It's 23-21 Anselmo-Merna.
Wow, what a block on South Loop's best attacker. Myers one-on-one with Vickers. Myers wins the battle, and boy, AM closing in on possibly tying this match.
Thornton can't get her serve to go down. The attack. Dug by Anselmo-Merna. Miller sends it over on 3. Free ball for South Loup. Vickers the hit off of hands, and it falls. And South Loup pulls to within 1, 23-22.
A huge point coming up here. If AM wins it, they get to serve for the set. South Loup trying to tie it.
Schwartz back there at the service line. Send this one in, and we've got a rotation issue for Anselmo-Merna, and that is humongous because South Loup didn't even have to see the result of the serve. AM hands them a point. We're knotted up at 23. Schwartz the serve, back to Priest. Thornton the set for Myers. Puts it into the back row. South Loup digs it though. Shoved over by Schwartz on 3. Thornton the set, going for Brandon. Brandon gets it down. Had a little bit of a weird spin on it, and Bierman couldn't control it in the back, and now it's set point for AM. Myers just over the net. Very good serve. Schwartz the set. Vickers flat foots it into the net, and set number 2 goes to Anselmo-Merna. 1 set apiece. AM takes set number 2, 25-23. Back after this for set 3 on the Thunderbird.
Planning meals, finding time to shop, all while trying to save money in the aisles. Reed's Food Center in Arnold invites you to sign up for their rewards program. You earn 5 points for every $1 you spend. Then use those points the next time you visit on highly discounted products. Visit reedsfoodcenter.com and check out recipe ideas, a meal planner, plus ads, coupons, and internet-only specials. Reed's Food Center. Visit them soon in Arnold.
If you've ever seen the Milwaukee tool display at Mills Hardware in Arnold, you probably thought it was as big as it could ever be. Well, you better go back and see it again soon because it's even bigger. The display is now 350 feet long. 3 aisles of Milwaukee tools that lead the industry in durability and performance. Simply put, the selection and knowledge you'll get when you choose Mills Hardware is going to be top-notch. Mills Hardware in Arnold, proud to be the area's premier Milwaukee connection.
At First State Insurance of Arnold, they're proud to say that they can offer you choices. Those choices save you money. They can offer you a variety of choices because they are independent agents. First State Insurance is cheering on the Bobcats all the way. Call Becky or Taylor at 848-2522 to set up an appointment with First State Insurance of Arnold. proud supporters of the South Loop Bobcat coaches and players who work so hard. Just as all the athletes show hard work and dedication throughout the season, the Anselmo-Merna Booster Club is dedicated to supporting them. They want to express their encouragement to all the teams, not only during game time, but also during every practice, every drill, every rep, every challenge. A lot goes into each time you compete, and the boosters are very proud of you. Good luck from the Anselmo-Merna Boosters.
Brock's Underground serves Central Nebraska with expertise in water and irrigation services. Need some help? Call Rocky Dockweiler at 870-3457. Rocky salutes the student athletes of the area and all the hard work they put in each and every season and is very proud of the young men and women that live in Central Nebraska. Enjoy this broadcast, brought to you in part by Rocky Dockweiler with Rock's Underground in Oconto.
Welcome back to Elm Creek as we head to the third set in match number 2 of the triangular. Elm Creek, the home team this evening, will be back out on the court for the third match of 3, and South Loop will be back out for that. Haven't really had a chance to notice to see if Hallie Knapp has been walking around. I maybe saw her one time. Didn't have it wrapped up or anything, so looks like she might be okay to go in that match.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. She has been walking around. I have seen that. Of course, if you missed our first match, Hallie Knapp, the top attacker for Elm Creek, kind of came down wrong on her right ankle in that opening match against Anselmo-Merna, had to come out for the rest of the match. That occurred in the third set. But we've seen her walking around, so we'll see if maybe she's able to play in the final match of the night.
Third set underway. Anselmo-Merna on offense. Burnett tips it over. Doesn't quite find the ground, and South Loop scrambles to return it on 3. Thornton the set. Near side. Brandon goes long. Rupik reaches out an arm for it. Doesn't look like she really wanted to make that decision by the time she did it, and it's a point Anselmo-Merna.
Boy, those decisions are so tough to make sometimes when you're in the back row. You just don't know if a ball's going to sail long or not. Now that time, Rupek saw that it was going to go long and stepped away from it, and it does sail long. But, boy, those can be tough reads sometimes, trying to see if a ball's going to stay in or go out.
So we trade points. It's 1-1, and Vickers jump serves it. Priest came off her arms weird, and that'll be an ace to Charlie Vickers. It just kind of hit the palms of the libero Priest and died right there, and AM couldn't recover. 2-1 South Loop. Charlie Vickers into the net, and we're tied at 2. Again, thank you for joining us, whether you're watching the video stream on the Sandhills Express YouTube or Facebook pages, or you're listening to KBBN in one of several different ways. Glad to have you along. Serve from AM. Set up. Rogers outside of the antenna on the far side. Kind of took a weird swing at it, and it's 3-2 AM. Brandon to serve. Kirsten puts it in play for Anselmo-Merna. Set from Schwartz, far side. Rogers gets on top of this one. Priest sends it up into the rafters. Thornton sets it over. Priest shoves it over on 3. Schwartz, the set the other way. Back row attack. Vickers gets down on it, but Brandon's underneath of it. Now the attack for Miller. Miller back to Vickers. Shoved over on 2, and Priest receives it for AM. The setup in the middle. Coleman can't get it down, and it's blocked back by Delaney Rogers, who was waiting in the middle of the net.
Boy, Rogers has really had some good moments at the net tonight for South Loop, and that was one of her best, just one-on-one, able to come up with the block.
Reif sends it in play. Priest, the pass. Thornton to Miller, off the block and back, and Anselmo-Merna covers. Miller back to front, hit, can't get it down. The set from Schwartz. Rogers in the middle, pokes it over, can't get it down. Miller searching for the corner on the shove over on 2, can't get it. Rogers the attack back the other way. Thornton the set, and she can't tip it over. Kind of an awkward pass, and Thornton thought that she could maybe get it over better than she could get it set up for a teammate. Throws it into the net, and AM goes down by 1. Reif sends it in play. Thornton Good set this time. Miller into the block, controls it well. Miscommunication. AM covers though, but putting it into the net was Shaylee Coleman. AM kind of felt like they were walking on eggshells there for a little bit. Kind of one of those panic moments where your heart goes up into your throat when no one's under the ball. But it ends in a point for South Loup. They lead 5-3. Reif sends that one out of the sideline, and it's a point AM on the service there. Coyotes to serve. Riley Schmidt into the game. She'll serve it for Anselmo-Merna, trailing by 1 here in the third set. Final set of this match. And sends it into the net. It's a 6-4 lead for South Loup. Delaney Lively to serve it right from the back line. Miller, good swing in the middle. Dug out of there. And now the attack from Schwartz. The roll shot doesn't find the floor. Rogers tries to put it down on one, but it sails long, and it'll be a point AM.
Yeah, Rogers a chance on the overpass, just not able to put it in play.
Shaylee Coleman, the jump serve. Wow, good serve. Comes over. Reif does a good job of controlling it. Now the attack from Schwartz, dug by AM. Bump set. Miller gets a good swing on it. Vickers dug there. Now the attack. A tip from Schwartz. Savvy look at it. Just kind of glanced over as she was running up on that ball. Retracted it in the air and swung it over her shoulder to score for the Bobcats.
Yeah, great read by Schwartz at the net. Went with the tip, found the opening on the far side of the floor as we viewed the action, and able to put it down for the point.
Grace Spearman back in to serve. Tough one. Priest handles it though. The set, and now the swing for Myers into the block. Poked over on the return by Miller, and South Loup can't return it. Sometimes you just have to get the ball over and see what your opponent can do with it. AM scrambled and got it over, and South Loup couldn't return. Now the serve from Miller. Can't get it to fall. Rupik sets up Vickers. Look out. Charlie Vickers put a pounding on that ball. We better check the floor for dents over there. That was probably the biggest swing we've seen tonight. And now Rupik to serve. South Loup leads at 8-6 here in the third and final set. Miller passes it. Thornton sets up in the middle, and into the net was South Loup. Getting a good swing on it, though, was Rihanna Myers. That one found the ground either way.
Well, this is the second time these two teams have played. The first match went 3 sets. This one going 3. Boy, you can tell there's just not much separation between these two teams. Each point critical from here on out.
Big swing. Charlie Vickers again. She puts this one down and earns the serve back for South Loup. And Schwartz is going to go back and serve it for South Loup. Get the feeling that South Loup is very comfortable with Schwartz at the service line. Each set kind of starts with her being the first one back there. Thornton chasing down this one. Can't get it over the net. Would have been hard to set it. Would have been hard to knock it over. Just kind of a tough pass for her to handle. And it's a point South Loup. Schwartz back at it. Bobcats up 3. Priest controls this one well. Good pass up to Thornton. This one is going to be a point for Anselmo-Merna. Myers able to hit that one off of the block of South Loup and out. Now Myers back to serve. AM trails 8-10. Myers into the back row. Schwartz. Bump set, and Vickers hits it long. Point Anselmo-Merna. Another tight set between these two. AM trails 9-10 with the serve as Myers sends it in play. Rupik can't stay in front of it. Schwartz comes skying in and saves that one in. We'll see what AM can do with it. Myers, the lefty, slaps it in. Unable to get an arm on it the right direction is Bierman, and that's a kill to Anselmo-Merna, and we're knotted up at 10. The service run continues for Rihanna Myers. Myers puts it in play. Bierman controls it this time. Rupik sets it from the back row. Myers receives it for AM. Sets up for Thornton. Burnett on the swing. to Rupeck in the back row, and South Loop continues on. Ball is passed over. Thornton, the pass. It's sent over on 2 by Anselmo-Merna. Thornton sets it up for McKenna Miller. Back row attack doesn't fall. And South Loop going to be called for a violation. Point Anselmo-Merna. And the serve continues with Myers. AM leads at 11-10. Dug by Schwartz. Set up and unable to hit it back over was Delaney Lively. And Anselmo-Merna continues this run, which started with them being down a little bit. They now lead it by 2. Myers to Rupeck. Couldn't shove it quite high enough, and it's an ace for Myers. Coach Guthrie cheering on her team from the sideline, trying to do a little bit of coaching, and there's a service ace that ends the run for Anselmo-Merna. But a little bit of damage done by the Coyotes. They lead it 13-11. Charlie Vickers, the senior, back to serve it. Good serve, and there's an ace for South Loop. 13-12, Coyotes. Vickers back to the service line again. Tosses it in the air, just over the net. Doing well to control it is the Coyotes. Burnett slaps it over. It's sent back on 1. AM sets up the offense. Coleman swings into it. Rupeck receives it. Schwartz runs underneath of it. And it's sent over. Free ball on 3 by South Loop. Now the attack. Unable to get it down is Brandon. And into the net is South Loop. Point Anselmo-Merna. I think they might have gotten Schwartz into the net.
I think maybe the signal was Lively.
Okay. 14-12, Anselmo-Merna leads here in the third and final set. Rupeck on the receive. Schwartz, bump set. Rogers shoves it over. Priest receives it there. The set from Thornton. Miller does well to poke it over. Now set up for Rogers. The swing doesn't find the ground. And coming out of there swinging was Coleman, but just misjudged her placement on the ball. It goes out. Point South Loop. Reif sends it into play. Thornton tracks it down. Burnett sends it free ball over on 3. Schwartz, the hit. And off of the rafters from the reception from Anselmo-Merna's Addison Priest, and AM couldn't stay under it. It's anybody's guess to where that ball's going to go after it goes up there in the rafters. That makes it hard. Sent back into play. Anselmo-Merna gets a swing from Miller. Off of the block and down. AM takes the next point in this one. They lead 15-14 in the third. And back to serve it is Riley Schmidt. Schmidt, a few dribbles of the ball. Puts this one in play. Received by South Loop. Schwartz sets it in the middle for Rogers. Rogers dug by Priest. Set near side. Miller gets a good swing on it. Block back. Miller, second attempt, rolls it off of the net, and it's going to find the floor. Kill Anselmo-Merna. And the Coyotes lead it by 2. Schmidt, the serve. And that'll find the floor for an ace. Wow, the right to left falls right at the feet of Delaney Lively, just past the spike line. What a serve.
And an important part of the match now for South Loop, down by 3.
17-14 lead, AM. Schmidt puts it back in play. Back row roll shot from Vickers. Just couldn't quite get enough on that one. And it goes into the net. Point Anselmo-Merna. Schmidt continues to work at the service line. Riley spins the ball, puts it in play. Reif with the dig. Rogers, the roll shot. That one goes out of the sideline. And a point to Anselmo-Merna. Timeout, South Loop. The Coyotes lead it 19-14 here on KBBN.
it every single day. Kristen Electric is ready to help you with your electric projects and underground farm remodels and new construction. If it needs electricity, Kristen Electric can get it there. Call 308-258-4164. They'll figure out a plan to get you on the way to having reliable electricity. For underground farm remodels and new construction, proud to support the Anselmo-Merna Coyotes by sponsoring this broadcast. Kristen Electric.
Welcome back to Elma Creek. Third and final set in match number 2 of the triangular. Anselmo-Merna leads it over South Loup 19-14 here in the third set. Out of the timeout, Schmidt puts this one into play. Vickers with the dig. Sent over, and Rogers able to send it right into the middle of the defense of Anselmo-Merna to end the service run for Riley Schmidt. That's big out of the timeout for South Loup as they trail by 4, and Anselmo-Merna really bordering on the 20s. Lively puts it into play. The set from Schmidt for Miller in the middle. Off of the block, can't find the floor. Rupek sends it over to Schwartz. Roll shot. Dug by Priest. Set up for Miller. Tries to find the sideline. Can't get it down. And it goes a little bit close to the net on the dig. And Rupek just did what she could. Just stuck an arm out there to try to get it out of there. But it kind of shot out of there like a cannon. And Anselmo-Merna leads it 20-15. Shaylee Coleman back to the service line. Puts her arm into it. Very good serve. Joust at the net, and Myers sends it down. Kind of a weird reaction from Rhiannon, but she sends it down and scores one for her team. They're 4 away from taking the match. Coleman, jump serve. Lively to Schwartz. The setup, shoved over by Rogers. Schmidt sets it up for Myers, slaps it over on 3. Schwartz sets it up. Rupek, the set over the net. Schmidt sets it up for Miller. Kind of a roll shot, kind of a spike. Now Anselmo-Merna after the ball on 1. Did she find the back line? Miller does find the back line on that hit. Quick offense from both of these teams. Anselmo-Merna doing more of the bumping, setting, and spiking. South Loup kind of sending it over on 1 or 2 a couple of times, and AM capitalizes. 3 points away from taking the match. Coleman sends it just long. 22-16 AM.
Well, you look at where South Loup is at in their rotation now. Bierman's going to come in to serve. Vickers comes to the front line. So this is the moment where South Loup's got to make a run down 22-16.
Grace Bierman sends it into the net, and that makes it the 23rd point for Anselmo-Merna. The one thing that South Loup certainly could not afford was a point without at least some kind of rally happening. Miller, good serve. Schwartz, the set for Vickers, far side, can't get it down. Good dig by Priest, but into the net, and a point will go to South Loup.
Well, now South Loup's going to have to run off some points behind the service game of Rupek, who goes to the service line. They don't want to see AM get to that 24th point right away.
Rupek back to Priest. Tough pass. Thornton controls it, but it's into the net. Unable to do something with it was Kirsten Brandon. And it's another point to South Loup trying to put together some kind of run, down 23-18 here in the third set. Next serve from Rupek. Received by Miller. Good pass. Thornton shoves it over to Myers. Sends it long. And wow, great job in the back row by Grace Bierman. I don't know how she got her arms out of the way in time, but she made that last second decision, and it was a good one. 23-19, Anselmo-Merna. Next serve from Rupek. Tough one, and Miller gets it to Thornton, but it touched, I think, the pole over on the far side. It's called dead, and a timeout called. Anselmo-Merna. Here comes South Loup, all of a sudden only down 3, 23-20. Back after this on KBBN.
Ocado is proud to sponsor this high school sports broadcast, featuring some of our awesome student athletes right here in central Nebraska. Cliff and his team at Badgley Well are always on call at 858-4409. From domestic to stock wells, call Badgley Well Service of Oconto. They have the experience to get the job done right. Call Badgley Well Service of Oconto when water is the goal. Badgley Well is happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Welcome back to Elm Creek. Set number 3 of match number 2. South Loup trying to put together a little run, trailing by 3, 23-20. Rupic back to the service line, sends one in play, received by Brandon. Set up for Myers in the middle. Sent back by South Loup. Here comes Anselmo-Merna. Myers again, cross-court attack, can't get it to go down, joust at the net, and they call Anselmo-Merna into the net. Point South Loup, down 2 now.
Boy, great rally by South Loup, getting themselves right back into this third set.
Rupic back to the service line, sends this one in play, another good serve. Miller gets it over and into the net is called Rife for South Loup, and that's a point. Anselmo-Merna, boy, catching a break there was Anselmo-Merna because the pass from Miller was going to be tough for Thornton to control that close to the net. And now Anselmo-Merna serving for the match with Lily Thornton. Thornton sends it into play. Received on the back row. Schwartz sets it up. Vickers sets it over. Thornton for Brandon. Brandon can't get it to go down. Bierman receives it in the back row. Rife shoves it over on 3. Thornton sets it up. Burnett, the roll shot, can't find the back line. Here comes South Loup, shoved over. Free ball on 3. Set up for Myers. Myers searching for that back line. Good dig by Bierman. Rife keeps it in, and we play on. Rupic bumps it over on 3. Set up in the middle for Myers. It's sent long, and it's 24-22. South Loup lives to see another point.
Yeah, great defense by South Loup. Just kept that point going and was able to win it to stay alive in the match.
Schwartz to Priest. Thornton over to Brandon. Sends it over. Now back on AM side. Priest gonna have to back row spike it. Schwartz the set, setting up Vickers. Big swing, finds the corner. And South Loup pulls to within 1. And a timeout called. Anselmo-Merna. Coyotes lead it 24-23 over the Bobcats of South Loup. We're in set number 3 of match number 2 here in Elm Creek.
Beehive? Yeah, it's that new pivot controller from Beehive Ag.
Cool, what's it do?
Your phone becomes your pivot panel. You can control your pivot, pump, in-gun, and it even has GPS and VRI. Breathe new technology into old pivots.
Really? The subscription must be expensive.
No, there is no subscription fee. Contact Rich Reynolds with Rain Dance Repair at 308-870-4455. That's 870-4455.
Well, we're getting our full share of points here in Elm Creek. Looking like another match, possibly to go 25-23, another set that is. Schwartz sends it in. Burnett, trouble handling it. It's going to be sent over on 3 by Brandon. South Loup back the other direction. Vickers shoves it over. Priest gets it over, and both teams just, I think, afraid to make a mistake as Vickers takes a big swing and gets it through the ace block of Rihanna Myers, and it finds the ground. We're tied at 24 apiece. What a run from South Loup. Schwartz back to the service line, sets it into play. Priest to Thornton. Thornton near side. Brandon finds the floor. Big kill for Anselmo-Merna. They take the lead 25-24. And Myers goes back to the service line. Rhiannon with the serve. Good one. Rife goes up and grabs it. Shoved over by Vickers on 3. Thornton sets it up. Brandon can't quite get it down. It's sent over, free ball by Schwartz. Thornton, the set again. In the middle this time. It's sent out long by Shaylee Coleman, called out by the line judge. And we're knotted at 25.
Well, we mentioned it earlier in the match. You can tell there's just not a lot of separation between these two teams, so it seems only fitting that we go extra points in the third set.
Charlie Vickers sends the serve long. Free point to Anselmo-Merna. Coyotes lead it 26-25. And Brandon will go back to the service line. Kirsten leans into this one. Dug by Vickers, set up for Rogers. The attack off of Priest. Couldn't get behind it or in front of it, whichever way you want to look at it. And we're tied at 26. We might see 30 yet.
We might.
Reif to put it into play. Goes through her routine. Puts her hand into it. Priest receives it, sets it up for Thornton. Miller into the net. And it's a 27-26 lead for South Loup. Serving for the match is Reif.
Well, Anselmo-Merna had 2 chances to put the match away. This will be the first chance for South Loup to do it. So we'll see what happens.
Match point, South Loup. Reif from the service line. Floats one over. Priest sets it up for Thornton. Now Miller off of the block. It finds the floor.
I think Rupek actually got a hand underneath that and kept the ball alive. I don't think they blew it dead at that point. South Loup, I think, thought it touched the floor, and then it ultimately did.
I thought it looked like maybe it was a pancake from Rupek. The serve for Anselmo-Merna. And somehow getting it over is South Loup. Inspiring defense there from South Loup, and now the flat-footed shot from Addison Priest goes straight into the net, and South Loup again with an opportunity to put this match away. Kind of seems like neither team wants to seize the match at this point. 28-27. AM on offense. Miller in the middle, off the top of the block, controlled by South Loup. Set up for Rogers in the middle. Rogers puts one down. It's sent back, but out of bounds, and South Loup takes the match 29-27. Whoa, we go 3 sets. 29-27 is the final score in the final set. We'll take a break, and we'll get you set up for the final match of the Triangular here in Elm Creek after this.
Is a proud sponsor of our student athletes. Everyone wants to get to the events and cheer on their students, but sometimes you just can't. Keeping up to date on all the local sports is hard to do, but Consolidated Superfast Broadband can change that. Find all the latest information on local school and broadcast channel web pages, along with news and weather. For more information, call Consolidated at 1-800-742-7464. Plus, look for them now on Facebook, facebook.com/Consolidated Companies.
Your friends in electricity, Richards Electric in Anselmo, are proud to help bring this broadcast to you, featuring our great area student athletes. When electricity isn't flowing like it should, call Richards Electric at 308-749-2370. You can't miss their shop. It's right on Highway 2. The doors open regularly as their trucks head out to help across the area. Richards Electric in Anselmo, sponsors of this sports broadcast and supporters of the area's student athletes.
Sandhills Custom Creations is on the west side of the square in Broken Bow and excited to show you what they can do. They offer embroidery, vinyl, sublimation, screen print transfers, and heat transfer designs. Check out their UV printer, which can create the smallest of stickers to the largest of banners. Let them help you create and personalize your fan gear with one of their new designs. They are open Monday through Thursday, 8:30 to 4, and Friday by appointments. Sandhills Custom Creations on the square in Broken Bow.
Acquiring a lush green lawn is a lot of work. Worry no more. A2Z Lawn Pro's fertilizer program is the solution to ease your mind and lessen your work. Any time of the season is a good time to start. Eliminate weeds, strengthen your grass, and even keep bugs away with liquid fertilizer treatments mixed with micronutrients for a recipe that works specifically in this area. 30 years of experience. 308-870-1762 for A to Z Lawn Pro. That's A to Z Lawn Pro at 870-1762.
Septic emergencies are right up there on the list of worst emergencies to have.
Absolutely.
The next time you're facing one, give Squire Septic Service a call. 870-0717. He's ready to take your call 24 hours a day.
Absolutely.
His sewer camera can find problems fast to save you money. Plus, he can clear drains with Roto-Rooter or Jetter. Oh, and Gary has Porta units too. Squire's Septic Service of Myrna. 870-0717. Don't wait to call until it's too late.
Absolutely not.
And we come back to Elm Creek High School. Second match of the night just concluded, and man, what a match it was between two area teams. South Loup and Anselmo-Merna going the distance. Wow, Anselmo-Merna fell in the opening set 25-23, but then they came back to win the second set 25-23. It looked like they might close out the third 25-23, but South Loup forced extra points, and the Bobcats end up winning it in a thrilling third set 29-27. So South Loup gets the win 2-1 over AM, who drops two tough three-set matches tonight at this triangular. They fell to Elm Creek in the opening match, 25-12, 22-25, and 25-20 were the scores there. So Anselmo-Merna just on the wrong side of two very tight, close matches earlier tonight.
Yeah, and as we thought coming in, we were talking about it in the car on our way to Elm Creek. Thought that we'd have three pretty evenly matched teams here tonight, and so far that has rang true. We've had a couple of matches that have been super close, and I'd expect this next match is going to be close as well based on what we've seen from these two teams. Kind of a situation, both of these teams pretty similar. They've got a couple of hitters that they like to go to when their offense allows them to, and they kind of just let everything flow around those two players. Of course, talking about Knapp for Elm Creek, and for South Loup, talking about Charlie Vickers. So we'll kind of see how both of these teams get their offense on schedule. And good to see Knapp out there warming up as well, jogging around. Looks like she's going to, she maybe got a little bit of a limp, but looks like she's going to go out there and get a couple of jumps in and try to get warmed up and see how that ankle is going to treat her against South Loup tonight.
So time to transition into our final match of the night, and as we do that, we say thanks to these businesses who are bringing it live to you on the radio tonight. They include Agra Affiliates, Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency, Callaway Market, Callaway District Hospital with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, Agribest Feeds in Callaway, Pinnacle Bank of Arnold, A1 Auto Repair, Reed's Food Center, Mills Hardware, First State Insurance of Arnold, Rocks Underground, Badgley Well, and Rain Dance Repair. Our radio broadcast also brought to you tonight in part by the Nebraska State Bank, Grocery Cart, Custer Federal State Bank, Aero Seed, Rod's Body and Paint, Team Physical Therapy, Trotter Service, Mead Lumber, Shelter Insurance, A to Z Lawn Pro, Squire Septic Service, Geared for Sports, Agland ATV, Sargent Irrigation, and Melham Medical Center. South Loup and Elm Creek coming up next on Central Nebraska's Sports Source.
Number of properties in 2023. Our success stems from our team of experts that understand the local real estate market. We offer advice listing your property to get maximum return while still considering marketing time. Our team of managers, appraisers, and salespersons work together to provide information you need to make marketing decisions. Our new Broken Bow office will be opening soon, but you can give us a call now at 308-872-1323.
At the Callaway Market, they appreciate their amazing customers who choose to shop local with them. That's why they offer their loyalty program, which has allowed them to give thousands of dollars back to the community. Your friends at Callaway Market invite you to shop their aisles, quality meat counter, and bountiful and beautiful produce section. On Mondays, a senior discount of 10% off is given. Thank you for shopping local from the Callaway Market. Open 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday and Sundays from 11 till 5.
Does the thought of turning 65 give you nightmares? It doesn't have to. Hi, this is Liana with Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency. And as an independent agent, I work with the major insurance companies that you're getting mail and phone advertising from. If you're feeling overwhelmed with the options, give me a call to set up an appointment. We will go through the Medicare process step by step, from signing up to enrolling in the necessary supplement and Part D drug plans. You don't have to do this alone. Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency is here to help. Call me at 836-2201 or stop in at the office in Callaway.
Simply put, AgriBest Feeds in Callaway has the ranching supplies you need and are looking for, like Sweet Pro Tubs with probiotin that helps cattle perform better while consuming up to 25% less forage. They also have Redmond mineral salt, AeroQuip chutes, and portable tub alley systems, plus vet supplies, pet and poultry feed, and dry shod boots. Sometimes the ATV or UTV is the way you want to go. They have drive-through gates ideal for the farm, ranch, hunting, lease, and more. For fencing, barbed wire, posts, and more, visit AgriBest Feeds behind the Community Center in Callaway.
The Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, welcome new patients. They are committed to providing local access to high-quality care. Their transportation service is available to the public, including those with disabilities. Specialty clinics offered include cardiology, oncology, general surgery, gynecology, podiatry, wound care, and orthopedics. They would love to give you more information when you stop in and say hi at the Callaway District Hospital and the Callaway and Arnold Medical Clinic.
She walked into the bank holding a birthday check from Grandma to open her first checking account. That same account was there when she started her first job. It paid her first month's rent. And it was still there the day she her daughter into the bank to open a checking account of her own. Because choosing the right bank for checking means building a relationship. That's something Nebraskans value. And it's why we're not just a bank in Nebraska. We're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Most people probably don't believe your car deserves a star on the sidewalk in Hollywood, but at A1 Auto Repair they do. Their team has grown recently, which means they have even more technicians to give your ride that star treatment it deserves. Routine maintenance, tires and alignment, complex repair and testing. Their team has the tools and know-how to get you on the road. For service that is top-notch and care that is expert level, call A1 Auto at 308-848-2542 or swing into 110 East 7th Avenue in Arnold to say hi to Josh, Megan, Mikey, Kyle, DJ, and Richard.
Grocery shopping can be tough. Planning meals, finding time to shop, all while trying to save money in the aisles. Reed's Food Center in Arnold invites you to sign up for their rewards program. You earn 5 points for every dollar you spend. Then use those points the next time you visit on highly discounted products. Visit reedsfoodcenter.com and check out recipe ideas, a meal planner, plus ads, coupons, and internet-only specials. Reed's Food Center. Visit them soon in Arnold.
And again, we bring you back to Elm Creek High School, getting ready for our final match of the night at this Elm Creek Triangular. Again, we're live with our live video stream tonight as well, accompanied by the radio call. And if you want to check out the live video stream, you can do so by going to sandhillsexpress.com. Just click on live stream, or you can go directly to the Sandhills Express YouTube channel or Sandhills Express Facebook page. And as you watch our live video stream tonight, we do hope that you pay attention to the businesses that are flashing across your screen, making it possible tonight. And they include AgriBest Feeds of Callaway, Insurance of the Heartland, Colligan, Nebraska State Bank, Power Solutions, Agland ATV, Grocery Cart, BD, Callaway District Hospital with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, Meade Lumber, Moline Seed and Fence, and Lines Appliance. Brent Apperson, Jeremy Scheib with you behind the microphone tonight. Special thanks to Christy Wells for joining us. She's behind the camera as we bring you the live radio broadcast and video stream here tonight. Well, Larry, I knew I was going to do that.
Oh,
I knew it. I knew I was going to call you Larry at least once. Jeremy, too bad. Christy's really laughing now. Jeremy, two very close matches here to get us started. I have a feeling we might have a third.
I think you're right, Dave. Oh, I mean, Brent.
Yeah, thanks. I deserve that.
Yeah, I think you're right. We should have a good one here. Both of these teams have kind of warmed up. Obviously, you kind of look to the third match to be between two teams that obviously have both had an opportunity to play one match each. And you just kind of hope that both teams come out and do the things that they practice all the time. And I know their coaches would agree with me in that. So hopefully see some good, clean play out of these two teams, being able to get into their offense cleanly and get some balls headed down towards the ground. So, yeah, should be a lot of fun. And I think we're going to see kind of a good battle between two teams that, based on what I've seen in the couple of matches we've seen so far, kind of a similar feel to their team chemistry.
I think I'm working with Larry Thursday. I'll call him Jeremy to even the score.
Sounds
all
good.
All right? Okay. We'll come back with more right after this.
Mills Hardware in Arnold? You probably thought it was as big as it could ever be. Well, you better go back and see it again soon because it's even bigger. The display is now 350 feet long. 3 aisles of Milwaukee tools that lead the industry in durability and performance. Simply put, the selection and knowledge you'll get when you choose Mills Hardware is going to be top-notch. Mills Hardware in Arnold, proud to be the area's premier Milwaukee connection.
At First State Insurance of Arnold, they're proud to say that they can offer you choices. Those choices save you money. They can offer you a variety of choices because they are independent agents. First State Insurance is cheering on the Bobcats all the way. Call Becky or Taylor at 848-2522 to set up an appointment with First State Insurance of Arnold. Proud supporters of the South Loop Bobcat coaches and players who work so hard.
Rocks Underground serves Central Nebraska with expertise in water and irrigation services. Need some help? Call Rocky Dockweiler at 870-3457. Rocky salutes the student athletes of the area and all the hard work they put in each and every season and is very proud of the young men and women that live in Central Nebraska. Enjoy this broadcast, brought to you in part by Rocky Dockweiler with Rocks Underground in Oconto.
Badgley Well Service in Oconto is proud to sponsor this high school sports broadcast, featuring some of our awesome student athletes right here in Central Nebraska. Cliff and his team at Badgley Well are always on call at 858-4409. From domestic to stock wells, call Badgley Well Service of Oconto. They have the experience to get the job done right. Call Badgley Well Service of Oconto when water is the goal. Badgley Well is happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Have you heard the buzz?
Yeah, it's got to be my neighbor's Beehive.
Beehive?
Yeah, it's that new pivot controller from Beehive Ag.
Cool, what's it do?
Your phone becomes your pivot panel. You can control your pivot, pump, in-gun, and it even has GPS and VRI. Breathe new technology into old pivots.
Really? The subscription must be expensive.
No, there is no subscription fee. Contact Rich Reynolds with Rain Dance Repair at 308-870-4455. That's 870-4455.
Well, as we get ready for the final match of the night, let's look at your projected starters. They're brought to you by J.R. Meyer Insurance Agency of Callaway. As your local independent insurance agency, they can offer coverage by many of the most respected companies in the nation. Call 836-2245. For South Loop, Greeley Rupak, a junior, Delaney Rogers, senior, Josie Reif, senior, Bryn Schwartz, senior, Charlie Bickers, senior, and Delaney Lively, a senior. Also, we'll see Grace Bierman, a senior, as well tonight for South Loop. Meanwhile, for Elm Creek, I kind of expect Hallie Knapp to be back in the starting lineup. She was injured in a match earlier tonight in the opening match against Anselmo-Merna, came down wrong on an ankle. She was able to get to her feet, walked off the floor. She hobbled a little bit, but we did see her out in warm-ups, so we'll see if she's able to go in this final match. She is their top attacker, top blocker at the net. She is a junior. Lola Erpelding also in the starting lineup for Elm Creek. She's a senior. Outside hitter Ryan Erickson, a junior. The libero Hope Pickle, a senior. The setter is Ava Hellriegel, a sophomore. Jada Schroeder, one of their outside hitters, a senior. And outside hitter in middle, Ashley Bauer, a junior. Elm Creek coached by Kelsey Stope. And, of course, South Loop coached by Desiree Guthrie. We'll come back with the opening serve of South Loop and Elm Creek after these words on Central Nebraska's Sports Source.
Auction services across the state for many years. Sellers are recognizing that there is far more to a successful auction than just an auctioneer. Our detailed understanding of the real estate market, proven advertising strategies, and our cutting-edge auction day format are what set us apart. We are actively booking auctions for the fall season. Let Agri-Affiliates be your trusted land professionals. Visit us at agriaffiliates.com or call any of our offices to discuss our auction services.
At the Callaway Market, they appreciate their amazing customers who choose to shop local with them. That's why they offer their loyalty program, which has allowed them to get thousands of dollars back to the community. Your friends at Callaway Market invite you to shop their aisles, quality meat counter, and bountiful and beautiful produce section. On Mondays, a senior discount of 10% off is given. Thank you for shopping local from the Callaway Market. Open 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday and Sundays from 11 till 5.
Does the thought of turning 65 give you nightmares? It doesn't have to. Hi, this is Liana with Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency. And as an independent agent, I work with the major insurance companies that you're getting mail and phone advertising from. If you're feeling overwhelmed with the options, give me a call to set up an appointment. We will go through the Medicare process step by step, from signing up to enrolling in the necessary supplement and Part D drug plans. You don't have to do this alone. Nebraska Owners Insurance Agency is here to help. Call me at 836-2201 or stop in at the office in Callaway.
Simply put, Agribest Feeds in Callaway has the ranching supplies you need and are looking for, like Sweet Pro Tubs with probiotin that helps cattle perform better while consuming up to 25% less forage. They also have Redmond mineral salt, Aeroquip chutes, and portable tub alley systems, plus vet supplies, pet and poultry feed, and dry shod boots. Sometimes the ATV or UTV is the way you want to go. They have drive-through gates ideal for the farm, ranch, hunting, lease, and more. For fencing, barbed wire, posts, and more, visit Agribest Feeds behind the Community Center in Callaway.
And we are back at Elm Creek High School as we get ready to go for our final match of the night. It's Elm Creek, the host team, against South Loup. Good to have you with us here on KBBN 95.3 FM, kbbn.com. We're on the live video stream as well, which you can access on sandhillsexpress.com. Also go directly to the Sandhills Express Facebook page and or YouTube channel. Well, we've had two thrilling matches to get us started. Everything so far tonight has went the distance. Elm Creek, a 2-1 winner over Anselmo-Merna, winning 25-20 in the third. South Loup and Anselmo-Merna, what a match. 25-23 South Loup in the first, 25-23 Anselmo-Merna in the second, and the third set went extra points with South Loup finally winning it 29-27. Brent Apperson, Jeremy Scheip with you behind the microphone, Christy Wells behind the camera, and again a big thank you to all of the great sponsors making our coverage possible both on the radio and on our live video stream tonight. Again, we'll have more high school volleyball coverage coming up for you Thursday when we'll be at Centura High School as Broken Bow plays in the Centura Triangular against Centennial and Centura. Tonight, though, it's Elm Creek and South Loup to wrap things up as we are underway. Elm Creek opening with the serve, chasing after it South Loup, and they'll send it back on the third. Pickle, the libero, sets it forward, sent across on the third. Scrambling again, South Loup. Reif able to send it back on the third. Free ball opportunity again for Elm Creek. Schroeder on the outside takes a slap at it. Returned on one hit. Schroeder on the overpass sends it long and out. And the opening point goes to South Loup. Bryn Schwartz at the service line for the Bobcats. Serve on the way. Chasing Elm Creek. And they will send it into the net. 2-0 lead early for South Loup.
Boy, those into the net ones, especially when you could just bump it over or set it over and be a little bit better, those are tough to swallow.
Hellriegel sets Knapp in the middle, gets a swing, takes it off the block, and collects the point. Great to see Hallie Knapp back in the lineup. Again, if you're just joining us, she injured her ankle in the opening match in the third set against Anselmo-Merna. Had to come out, but she's back out there for the final match of the night. Showed some good elevation. I mean, that ankle still has to be hurting, but was able to get a swing and a kill on her first opportunity. Here's an overpass sent back by Elm Creek, and then as South Loup tries to return, Reif puts it on the outside antenna. It'll be called out, and we're tied at 2 early here in the first. Jada Schroeder, the senior, sends it on its way, but a foot fault. Schroeder went across the line as she went to serve, and the point goes to South Loup.
I tell you what, a few hundred points into this triangular. I applaud that line official for still watching line faults after watching so many serves.
Vickers the serve. Set to the outside for Knapp. Big swing, but it sails long and out. And the point goes to South Loup. 4-2, South Loup leading here in the opening set. Vickers the serve. Pickle, the libero, sends it toward the net. Kept alive and returned on the third. Chance for South Loup. Schwarz will set Rogers in the middle. Through the block, sent back by Knapp. Kept alive by South Loup. Hitting out of the back row is Schwarz. Handled by Bauer of Elm Creek. Now in the middle, the attack coming from Knapp. And it is going to sail long and out. Well, just watching from up here, don't know if Knapp is getting the elevation that she was earlier in the match before she turned that ankle in our opening match. Elm Creek will chase and send it back on the third. That's going to be kept alive at the net. Punched up and over by Rogers. Sent right back by Elm Creek. Saving it Rupek. Sending it back is Lively. Free ball for Elm Creek. Hellriegel will set the outside. The attack over the net. Punched up toward the net, but not over, as Elm Creek collects the point on the kill by Caitlin Storr-Johan.
You mentioned Knapp and that ankle, maybe having to take some of her jumping power off or even jump off of the other ankle entirely.
The serve by Pickle, the libero. The return into the net. Schwarz tried to keep it alive at the net, but could not. Point goes to Elm Creek, and now the Buffaloes will have an opportunity to tie it up early in the first. Serve on the way. Pass to Schwarz, who sets it up for Rogers. The swing through the block and good.
That was a good-looking swing from Rogers. Getting enough power on it, just went right through the arms and down on the other side.
Josie Reif, the senior, at the service line. Tosses it in the air and sends it across. Hellriegel sets the outside for Bauer, sets it over the block, covering is Schwarz. They'll bump it over to Rogers, who sets it to the back row. Handled by Elm Creek. Bauer in the middle, the swing and the kill for Ashley Bauer.
Both teams with some really good, strong swings here in the third match, each of their second matches of the evening, which is what you want to see.
Caitlin Storr-Johan will serve. That one dug out by Vickers. Rupek bumps it across. Free ball opportunity for Elm Creek. They'll set the middle for Bauer. Tips it over the block, covered by Lively. To Schwarz, and then Vickers sends it across. Another chance for Elm Creek off the free ball. Out of the back row, it's the libero. Pickle taking a swing. Handling again is South Loup. Middle attack, Rogers. That's going to be kept alive. Rogers a swing on the overpass, but it goes long and out.
Well, that's what coaches want you to do on those free balls, those overpasses. Sometimes it's just hard to be ready for them that quickly. Rogers just couldn't get down on top of it.
We break the 6-all tie. Schwarz will set Rogers in the middle, sets it over the block. Pickle, the libero, covers in the back row. It's over to Erpelding. Punched in the back row by Vickers, ahead to Rupek, who sends it across on the third. Chance again for Elm Creek. They'll set the middle this time. Bauer the swing and the kill.
Well, and it'll be big for Elm Creek to have some hitters step up with their top hitter not feeling 100%.
Storr-Johan will serve. Schwarz sets middle for Rogers again, over the block, but handled in the back row by Elm Creek. Erpelding takes a swing, dug out as Rupek goes to the floor to dig it out, sent back by Schwarz on the third. They'll set middle again for Bauer. Redirects, a whistle, and we also had South Loup in the net, so the point goes to Elm Creek, and the Buffaloes lead 8-6 here in the first. Serve on the way. Reif on the receive. Good pass to Schwarz. Sets it behind her to Rupek. Sets it across. Covered in the front row by Elm Creek. Erpelding with a swing into the block. Down, through, and good. (9-6). Elm Creek on a bit of a run here in the first. Serve across. Pass to Schwarz, sets up Rogers, sets it to the deep corner. Played by Elm Creek. Erpelding gets a swing again and puts it to the floor. Elm Creek 10, South Loup 6. Opening set of our final match of the night. Serve across. Schwarz will set it for Rogers, just has to bump it over. An opportunity for Elm Creek. They set middle for Bauer. Bauer sends it to the back row. Punched up in the air by Reif. Now it's Outside to Lively, who gets a swing, handled by the Buffaloes. Pickle, the libero, hitting out of the back row, dug out by Rife. Schwartz will set Rogers. Rogers trying to put it down, scrambling Elm Creek. They keep it alive for the moment, but they will not be able to return.
I tell you what, that was a really good little punch over by Rogers, maybe more of a punch down, kind of just essentially dunked that ball down, and I think it kind of caught Elm Creek off balance.
Into the match, Ryan Erickson, the junior. Serving is Lively for South Loup. The set into the net. Bauer just couldn't do anything with it. Point, South Loup. So here come the Bobcats. They are to within 2. Lively sends it across. Pickle on the receive. They'll set outside for Bauer. The swing and the kill as she goes cross court.
I tell you what, Ashley Bauer has really come along throughout the evening. Definitely hitting more consistently and a lot stronger in this match than she was earlier on tonight.
Here's the serve by Erpelding, and that is into the net. Now a substitution for South Loup. Bierman will come in. Rogers will come out. Grace will go to the service line. With South Loup trailing by 2. Again, we're in the opening set. Final match of this Elm Creek Triangular. Best 2 out of 3 sets, played at 25 in all 3, win by 2. Serve on the way. Handled by Erpelding. Now Schroeder takes over, sends it across on the third. Rupek sets it outside for Schwartz, who gets a swing. Punched up in the air by Knapp out of the back row. Bauer middle attack, blocked back by Vickers. Kept alive in the front by Elm Creek. Schroeder at the net, able to make sure that one stays down, and the point goes to Elm Creek.
Well, I think maybe, yeah, okay, never mind. Thought I don't know, they were talking about something for a second.
Served by Bauer. Dug out. Rupek sets outside Vickers. That's into the net, blocked back. They're going to say it is a block. Boy, that got a hefty portion of the net. Thought they might end up calling 4 hits, but they say it went into the block, still went to the floor, and Elm Creek goes up by 4. Bauer the serve. Good pass. Schwartz now setting. Vickers sets it to the floor and collects the point.
Well, that was about as close to a spike of a set that you'll ever see, and it's all because Vickers was so high up in the air, she almost set it down with 2 hands.
Rupek serving now for South Loup as they trail by 3. Hellriegel will set it for Bauer, hitting out of the back row, but it sails long and out, and now South Loup is to within 2. Greeley Rupek ready to serve, puts it in play again. They'll set it middle for Knapp. The swing and the kill, and the ankle looked pretty good going up for that swing.
That's what I was going to say. She was hitting it down for sure. Definitely didn't look like it was affecting her vertical at all there.
Elm Creek 14, South Loup 11 as we play in the opening set. Hellriegel at the service line now. They'll pass it to Schwartz, who sets up Vickers in the middle. Erpelding sends it back on 1 hit. Schwartz sends it back over on the second. Now Elm Creek with it on their side as Schroeder takes the swing and puts it to the floor. Elm Creek 15, South Loup 11. Both teams were victorious in their matches earlier tonight against Anselmo-Merna. Each team won 2-1. The serve, a little floater that will not find the court of play. Goes wide and out. Service error, point and serve to South Loup. Bryn Schwartz to serve it. Sends it on its way. They'll bump it up in the air, scrambling Elm Creek, and they'll send it back on the third. Bryn Schwartz sets middle for Vickers. The swing, and it's out. Just missed the near sideline.
Tell you what, that would have been a nice right to left attack if that's about a foot closer to being in. It'd be on the line. It was a good swing, though.
Jada Schroeder, one of the seniors for Elm Creek, ready to serve from the middle of the stripe. Rupek on the receive. They set outside for Vickers, and this time Vickers delivers, and it brings South Loup to within 3.
Well, and Bauer kind of upset with herself on that one. Looked like she regretted trying to set that one up in the air because she thought maybe it belonged. I think that one would have been in.
Vickers now serving. They'll bump it up for Bauer, who sends it across. Chance for South Loop here. Schwartz sets behind her for Lively. The swing into the block and down and good. Lively with the kill. South Loop to within 2. Served by Vickers into the net. You know, I love it when we actually sound smart. When we came on the air, we talked about how these 3 teams really matched up well. It was going to be close all the way through the night. Well, it has been just that.
It's been that, yeah.
Here's Pickle with the libero with the serve. Set over to Rogers, takes a swing, dug out by Pickle, kept alive at the net. Rogers takes a swing, at the net again, joust. Rogers trying to put it down, sent back by Bauer. South Loop with it on their side. Rogers able to send it over the top of the block and find the donut for the point.
I tell you, that was all Delaney Rogers on that point for South Loop. She was a wall at the net, and then she set it over and scored the point too.
Reif serving now, short one. And that's going to be an ace. Elm Creek not able to return. And South Loop fighting their way back after trailing through the majority of this opening set. Chance to tie it here. Reif puts it in play. They'll set the outside. Bauer the swing and the kill.
I tell you what, Bauer's playing really good volleyball right now. Double block, single block. She's just elevating.
Caitlin Storjohan is serving. Rupek sets it toward the middle. Rogers sends it across, and that's going to get to the floor.
She kind of turns around and kind of shakes her head and smiles at her teammates saying, hey, those quick sets are working pretty well for me.
Now Delaney Lively to the service line. South Loop trying to tie it again. Bauer gets another swing on the outside, and again she puts it to the floor. Ashley Bauer really stepping up for Elm Creek with, again, one of their top attackers, Hallie Knapp, kind of hampered by an ankle injury. Ankle that she rolled earlier tonight. She is going to come into the match now, though, and play in the back row as Erpelding will serve. Digging it out, Lively. They'll set middle for Rogers over the block, but wide and out. And the point goes to Elm Creek, who now leads 20-17. Erpelding sends it across. Reif on the receive. Bumped up in the air for Vickers, who gets a wicked swing. Elm Creek able to handle, though. Bauer coming back the other way. Lively sends it in toward the net. Tipped over by Schwartz. Now Schroeder a swing. Kept alive by Schwartz. Reif over to Rupek, who sends it over on the third. They'll set middle for Bauer. Redirects. Kept alive by Schwartz. The swing by Rogers. Punched up in the air by Schroeder, but the return into the net. And South Loop collects the point.
That was a fun point.
It was. Rogers on the rotation will come out for South Loop. Grace Bierman will replace her and go to the service line. With Elm Creek leading 20-18 here in the opening set. Serve on its way. They'll set outside for Schroeder, into the block, through the block, and down to the floor.
Well, South Loop's kind of just been hanging around this set, but now with their opponent at 21, now's the time to make that move.
Bauer the serve, and that is going to get down for an ace. South Loop not able to return, and now Elm Creek is 3 away from going up 1-0. Ashley Bauer the serve. Lively passes over to Vickers, who bumps it across. They'll set middle for Knapp, gets a swing, and it is in. Well, they tried to chase down the loose volleyball. Now they get a hold of it, and it will be Elm Creek serving, leading 23-18 here in this opening set. Ashley Bauer remains at the service line. Serve on its way, in play. Good pass. Shores sets the outside for Vickers. Look out. Oh, my gracious, what a swing. Takes it down the line. But first we got to, I was afraid of that. They're going to say Vickers, I think, on the swing, came through the ball into the net. Net violation against South Loup, and now it's going to be set point for Elm Creek.
That was probably some of the best offense we saw from South Loup here tonight, though.
Bauer the serve. Schwartz will set it for Vickers. The swing and the kill.
Came right back to that same angle. Elm Creek's defense still set up in the same place. And Vickers said, well, I just barely touched the net last time, but I'm going to put this one in the same place.
Set point, Elm Creek. Rupek serving for South Loup in play. They'll bump it up over toward Knapp, who gets a swing at it. Reaching out to save it was Bierman. Returned by Vickers. Slapped right back by Knapp at the net. And Elm Creek wins set number 1. So Elm Creek takes the first. The score 25-19. Back for the second after these words.
Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, welcome new patients. They are committed to providing local access to high-quality care. Their transportation service is available to the public, including those with disabilities. Specialty clinics offered include cardiology, oncology, general surgery, gynecology, podiatry, wound care, and orthopedics. They would love to give you more information when you stop in and say hi at the Callaway District Hospital and the Callaway and Arnold Medical Clinics.
He started mowing her lawn every Sunday to earn money for his first car. She needed the help, and when money got tight, he kept doing it for free. So he never saved enough to buy that car for his 16th birthday. But it didn't matter, because she gave him the classic, parked in her garage. Do the right thing, and good things happen. That's why we're not just a bank in Nebraska. We're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
When you take your car to the shop, needing to drive somewhere doesn't just pause. Life keeps going a million miles an hour. That's why A1 Auto Repair in Arnold offers loaner vehicles, so your daily routine doesn't have to be put in park. Their books are open for appointments, which means no more waiting for weeks to get your ride looked over. Appointments fit your schedule at A1 Auto Repair. Convenience is number 1. Whether a routine checkup or oil change or an in-depth repair, call A1 Auto Repair at 848-2542 or stop at their new location at 110 East 7th Avenue in Arnold.
Grocery shopping can be tough. Planning meals, finding time to shop, all while trying to save money in the aisles. Reed's Food Center in Arnold invites you to sign up for their rewards program. You earn 5 points for every $1 you spend. Then use those points the next time you visit on highly discounted products. Visit reedsfoodcenter.com and check out recipe ideas, a meal planner, plus ads, coupons, and internet-only specials. Reed's Food Center. Visit them soon in Arnold.
Well, as we make our set change, Thrivent Financial is proud to support our local sports teams as they work hard to achieve their goals. Thrivent Representative Scott Harvey excited to help you reach your financial goals. He will help you create a financial strategy that reflects your priorities and protects what matters most to you. Whether it's insurance, investments, or planning for retirement, give Scott Harvey and Thrivent Financial a call today at 308-872-2511. So we are ready for set number 2. Elm Creek took the opener. 25-19 was the score. South Loup opens with the serve as we start set number 2. That's a beauty from Schwartz. Returned on one hit at the net. Vickers sending it back. Elm Creek will set middle for Knapp. The swing and the kill. Oh, Jeremy, there's no question Hallie Knapp makes a lot of difference for Elm Creek when she's able to be on the floor.
It certainly does. And, you know, I think her vertical leap is big, but I think her timing is really good as well. She's kind of been set the ball in a lot of different ways, and she's always made the most of them in timing her jump and timing her swing to get the most out of it.
Ava Hellriegel with the serve. Little floater handled by Lively at the net. Reif able to tip it over the block. Coming back the other way, it's Schroeder on the outside who tools the block and puts Elm Creek up 2-0. Both teams came into tonight with 4 wins. They each picked up their 5th win earlier both winning 2-1 over Anselmo-Merna earlier tonight. That serve is going to sail long and out on the service error. Point and serve to South Loup. Delaney Rogers in. Bierman will come out. Rogers to play the front row as Charlie Vickers will toss it in the air and serve it away. The set for Knapp in the middle, off the block attempt of Rogers. Now they'll set Rogers in the middle, takes a swing. Eppelding able to handle it. Now it's Schroeder sending it long and out.
Schroeder kind of turning around, begging for the touch call, but not going to get it. And South Loup all tied up with the Buffaloes here early.
Vickers to serve. They'll set it up for Schroeder, and again it sails long and out. So now South Loup leads 3-2 as we play here in set 2. Serve on the way from Vickers. The set middle for Knapp. Look out. Oh, wow.
That was a quick set, too.
Yes, it was.
Wow.
Erpelding will come out. The freshman, Chelsea Cottage, will come in to replace her. As back to the service line will be Jada Schroeder. Puts it in play. Pass to Schwarz, who sets the outside for Rogers. Played on the line by Hellriegel. The attack coming from Stor-Johann. Handled by South Loup. Hitting out of the back row is Schwarz. First we got a whistle, and Elm Creek is in the net. Point South Loup. Bobcats lead 4-3. We are in the second set. Elm Creek won the first. Josie Rife to the service line. Floats one over, and that's going to find the floor. South Loup 5, Elm Creek 3. Rife ready and puts it in play. Hellriegel sets the outside for Cottage, and that'll get to the floor. So now Elm Creek with an opportunity to tie it up here in set 2, as coming in to serve is the libero, Hope Pickle. Pickle gives it a spin, sends it in the air, and sends it across. Bumped up by Lively, returned by Schwarz on the third. Chance for Elm Creek. Hitting out of the back row is Pickle. Able to dig, Rupek. In the middle, Rogers redirects, kept alive in the front row by Elm Creek. Cottage with the attack. Over the block, covered by Schwarz. Now Bryn hitting out of the back row, a swing, but it goes long and out. And Elm Creek ties it in the second at 5-all. Pickle ready as we break the 5-all tie. That one bumped up in the air by Schwarz, returned by Rupek. We'll see what Elm Creek can do as they set up Bauer in the middle, and Ashley Bauer collects another kill.
South Loup is getting hands on these spikes from Elm Creek, just not quite able to get in position all the way before they go down.
6-5. Elm Creek leading by a set and leading by a point here in the second. Rife goes to the knees to dig out that serve. Now Rogers redirects it. Played nicely in the front row. Stor-Johann with the attack. Punched up in the air by Rife. The return coming from Vickers. Rolls it across. Chasing after it, the Buffaloes. Bauer in the middle. Sets it over. Free ball chance now for South Loup. Over to Rupek, who bumps it back over the net. Chance now for Elm Creek. They'll set the outside for Cottage. The freshman takes it off the hands of Rife in the back row, and Elm Creek gets the point.
Well, when the ball is hit at you so directly, it's hard to get out of the way sometimes, and I think that's kind of what happened with Josie there. Just couldn't get out of the way, and might have had one that would have been out there.
Pickle floats one, but it goes into the net. Point and serve to South Loup. Delaney Lively, senior, serving, puts it in play. Cottage will bump it up in the air, returned by Hellriegel on the third. Now Schwarz will set middle for Rogers. Rogers redirects it and puts it to the floor to tie us up at 7-all in set number 2. Final match of the night. Set number 2 is what we play in. Elm Creek won the opening set, 25-19. Stor-Johann with the attack, handled by Schwarz. Now Bryn off the return set, able to take it off the block of the net and score the kill. Lively continuing at the service line. Puts another one in play, and it finds the floor. Miscommunication in the back row by Elm Creek. And now South Loup goes up 9-7.
Kind of one of those front row, back row, you got it, I got it sort of situations.
Lively puts another one in play. Bauer handles this one, but the pass into the net. Oh, Hellriegel does a great job of keeping that alive. Bauer gets the attack sent back by Schwarz. Elm Creek with it on their side. Stor-Johann with the swing. Returned on one hit. Elm Creek with it on their side again. Stor-Johann trying to go cross court again. Punched up in the air by Reif. Now it's over to Rogers. Rogers sets it over the block. Covered by Knapp. They'll set outside for Cottage. The swing and the kill.
It really looked like Cottage jumped too early, but then she did this little flip with her legs and kind of gained herself another half second in the air and was able to get it to go.
Stor-Johann with the serve, handled by South Loup. The return coming from Rogers, who powers it through the block and puts it to the floor. South Loop's got to win this set to stay alive in the match, and they lead it 10-8. On the rotation, Rogers comes out. Bierman goes to the service line. Grace hits it just a little wide. Missed the serve. Service error, point to Elm Creek. Lola Erpelding, senior, back into the lineup for Elm Creek, goes to the service line and puts it in play. Lively on the receive. Good pass to Schwarz. Sets up Vickers. Big swing, and that'll get down for the kill. You know, we watch Bryn Schwarz playing for South Loup. Can't help but think, but her big brother, Blake, is the head football coach here at Elm Creek this year. So kind of a family reunion for the Schwarzes. As that served by Rupek returned on one hit. Bryn will set up middle for Vickers. Handled in the back row by Knapp. Now on the outside, it's Schroeder. Into the block. Now a whistle, and they will say that that attack by Schroeder went into the net. They call 4 hits. Point, South Loup.
I don't blame the officials for thinking about that one a little bit before blowing the whistle. It looked like it could have gone both ways, but really my mind kind of did about the same thing theirs did. After thinking about it for a second or two, it definitely was off that top tape.
Rupek to serve it, and that's an ace. So South Loup kind of starting to take control a little bit of this second set. They go up 13-9. Again, South Loop's got to win this set to stay alive in the match. Elm Creek won the first. And that's another ace. Wow, back-to-back aces by Rupek, and that's going to force a timeout by Elm Creek. Elm Creek leads by a set, but South Loup leads in the second, 14-9.
Mills Hardware in Arnold? You probably thought it was as big as it could ever be. Well, you better go back and see it again soon, because it's even bigger. The display is now 350 feet long. 3 aisles of Milwaukee tools that lead the industry in durability and performance. Simply put, the selection and knowledge you'll get when you choose Mills Hardware is going to be top-notch. Mills Hardware in Arnold, proud to be the area's premier Milwaukee connection.
Fort County Heating and Air owners Brian Hogg and Austin Cox serve the area with a combined 20 years of experience in the HVAC industry. They provide free estimates and 24-hour service. No matter what the temperature is outside, they'll make sure the temperature is right where you want it to be inside. Give them a call today at 872-2258. Back to action out of the timeout. Rupek with the serve. They'll set outside for Bauer, who tools the block and collects the point.
Tell you that was a big collision between the volleyball and the outstretched arms of Charlie Vickers. That was a big, strong swing.
Now Bauer to the service line. Serve on its way, in play. Pass up in toward the net, kept alive by Schwarz, but South Loup not able to return. South Loup down a set, but leading 14-11 here in the second. Bauer ready. Puts another one in play. Schwarz, quick set over and puts it to the floor. What a play.
Holy cow, how she bend backwards like that to get it to set back. Perfect angle, perfect height, just went right over the net directly behind her. Wow.
Bryn serving. That's an ace. How's that for back-to-back plays by Bryn Schwarz? Wow. South Loup 16, Elm Creek 11 as we play in the second set. Schwarz with the serve. They'll set middle for Knapp. The swing, dug out by Rupek. Over toward Lively. She gets the swing. Played to the back row by Bauer. They'll set Bauer, hitting out of the back row. And that is pancake saved by Rupek. Returned by Bierman on the third. They'll set middle for Knapp. Knapp blocked back by Vickers.
Well, that point had about everything you could hope for if you're South Loup. It had a pancake, it had good returns, and it had a very good block at the end.
Schwarz catches a part of the net. Played by Elm Creek. Knapp trying to put it down. Reif is there to cover. Now chasing is Schwarz. She gets it back. Free ball for Elm Creek. Knapp in the middle. Blocked back again by Vickers. Oh, wow. Back-to-back blocks by Charlie Vickers. And now South Loup leads 18-11 in set number 2.
I tell you, we got to have the Liana Rupek camera as a part of our streams when covering South Loup. She's so much fun to watch in the crowd.
That is going to be an ace. You know, we talk about momentum all the time in athletic competition, but folks, momentum doesn't play the role it does in any other sport like it does volleyball. And now Bryn Schwarz sends that one into the net, but wow, South Loup, who dropped that opening set, coming back strong here in the second. They lead 19-12. Ava Hellriegel will send it across. Played by Bierman. Pass over to Vickers, who sets it over the net and just missed putting it on the line. It's going to be returned wide and out. Point Elm Creek. Serve on the way. Chasing after it, Schwarz. Bumps it up in the air, sending it across is Vickers. Free ball chance for Elm Creek. They'll set Schroeder on the outside through the block. Punch back over by Lively on a nice play at the net. Schroeder again tips it over the block. There to cover Schwarz at the. That's going to hit the antenna and be called out. It'll be off of South Loup. Point Elm Creek.
Elm Creek kind of just hanging around a little bit despite all of the energy on the South Loup side. Elm Creek only down a handful of points.
Serve on the way. Vickers sets it over the net, and it's going to be returned out. Stor-Johann took a swing at it. Vickers tried to set that to the near side and actually set it over the net. And Stor-Johann, taking a swing at it, hit it out. Now the serve by Vickers. Erpelding on the receive. Stor-Johann on the outside, able to put it on the back line for the kill.
Wow, that was one heck of a swing, and it was exactly on the back line.
South Loup 20, Elm Creek 15. We are in the second set. Elm Creek won the first. Schroeder serving. Kept alive. Returned by Rogers. The bump set for Schroeder. Rolls it over the block attempt. Pass to Schwarz, who sets up Rogers in the middle. And that'll be dug out, kept alive. Punched over by Elm Creek. South Loup with it on their side. Set up for Schwarz out of the back row. Punched up in the air, kept alive. At the net, return, but wide and out. And the point goes to South Loup, who are 4 away from tying the match. Josie Reif at the service line. Serve in play. First a whistle. Violation Elm Creek. And now South Loup is 3 away from sending us to a third. Now the official's going to come out and explain to Elm Creek how they were positioned wrong and giving them the reason for why the whistle was blown and why the call was made.
And I think it's a good thing she's doing that because Elm Creek was still confused, and obviously you want to be able to get them back into position where they should be.
Reif at the service line. Puts one in play. Bauer on the receive. They'll bump it up for Bauer hitting out of the back row, but it's into the net. And folks, South Loup is 2 points away from sending us to the third set. But first, we've got a timeout. Elm Creek leads by a set, but South Loup up by 8 in set number 2.
State Insurance of Arnold, they're proud to say that they can offer you choices. Those choices save you money. They can offer you a variety of choices because they are independent agents. First State Insurance is cheering on the Bobcats all the way. Call Becky or Taylor at 848-2522 to set up an appointment with First State Insurance of Arnold. Proud supporters of the South Loup Bobcat coaches and players who work so hard.
Your friends at Klang Financial are honored to help with any of your health and life insurance questions, as well as any retirement planning needs you may have. You can reach them at 872-6810. Klang Financial, located in downtown Broken Bow at 940 South D Street. Out of the timeout, Josie Reif with the serve. Sends it across. Bauer on the receive. They set the outside for the freshman. Tipped over by Lively, and that'll get to the floor. What a great play by Lively at the net for South Loup, and now the Bobcats will try to send it into a third set. Set point, South Loup. Reif with the serve. Elm Creek will pass it toward the front and then send it over on the third. Chance for South Loup right here. They'll set Rogers in the middle. Tips it over the block. Punched up in the net and then returned by Elm Creek on the second. Schwartz will set behind her for Lively. The swing off the block and returned wide and out. Point South Loup, and we will go to a third. South Loup wins the second set, 25-15. Third set coming up next.
Rocks Underground serves Central Nebraska with expertise in water and irrigation services. Need some help? Call Rocky Dockweiler at 870-3457. Rocky salutes the student athletes of the area and all the hard work they put in each and every season, and is very proud of the young men and women that live in Central Nebraska. Enjoy this broadcast, brought to you in part by Rocky Dockweiler with Rocks Underground in Oconto.
Badgley Well Service in Oconto is proud to sponsor this high school sports broadcast, featuring some of our awesome student athletes right here in Central Nebraska. Cliff and his team at Badgley Well are always on call at 858-4409. From domestic to stock wells, call Badgley Well Service of Oconto. They have the experience to get the job done right. Call Badgley Well Service of Oconto when water is the goal. Badgley Well is happy to help bring you this sports broadcast.
Have you heard the buzz?
Yeah, it's got to be my neighbor's Beehive.
Beehive?
Yeah, it's that new pivot controller from Beehive Ag.
Cool, what's it do?
Your phone becomes your pivot panel. You can control your pivot, pump, in-gun, and it even has GPS and VRI. Breathe new technology.
Approaching and cooler nights are upon us. You need to check out Garrett for Sports in Broken Bow for new fall arrivals. Husker gear is hitting the racks in men's and remember, when you need to gear up for the sports you are playing, visit Garrett for Sports, west side of the square in Broken Bow. Open Monday to Friday 10 to 6 and Saturday 10 to 4.
And we come back to Elm Creek High School. Good to have you with us on what has turned in to be a very exciting night of volleyball action. We've had 3 matches, and all 3 are going to go all 3 as we go to the third set of our final match of the night. In case you're just tuning in, earlier tonight, Elm Creek, a 2-1 winner over Anselmo-Merna, winning 25 in the third. A fabulous match between South Loup and Anselmo-Merna, where South Loup won the opening set 25-23. AM won the second 25-23, and then they went extra points in the third, with South Loup winning 29-27 in the third to win the match. Here in our final match, Elm Creek took the first 25-19. South Loup tied it, winning 25-15 in the second. Opening serve for Elm Creek returned by South Loup. Schroeder on the outside, sends it across, tipped back over by Schwartz, sent back by Schroeder, kept alive by Lively, and sent back by Schwartz on the third. They'll set outside for the attack. There with the block is Vickers. Charlie Vickers, another great play at the net to put South Loup up 1-0 here in the third. Schwartz ready, sends it across, Knapp on the receive. They'll set Knapp in the middle. Blocked back by Vickers. Kept alive, though. Sent back by Knapp, but wide and out. And all the momentum right now seems to be on the side of South Loup. They take the opening 2 points of set number 3. Schwartz to serve. Puts it in play. Kept alive by Elm Creek and returned on the third. Middle attack. Vickers, look out. Oh, did they call that out? No, it's in. It's a point for South Loup. South Loup was immediately wanting a touch at the net, like maybe they had called it out. Well, South Loup gets the point. Big, vicious attack by Vickers. 3-0 here in the third. The attack coming back the other way by Ryan Erickson, who finds the corner. And Elm Creek scores their first point of this third set. 3-1, South Loup leading here in the third. We are tied at a set apiece. Serve on the way by Erpelding. Return by Vickers. At the net. No play to be made by Elm Creek. Pass was into the net. Buffaloes could not play it. Point South Loup. They lead 4-1 in the third. Charlie Vickers at the service line. Vickers. Tough serve. Erpelding with a good receive. Outside attack from Knapp. Blocked at the net by Rogers. Kept alive and returned. Rogers punches it back over. There to cover Elm Creek. The attack on the outside by the freshman of Elm Creek, and that'll get to the floor. Chelsea Cottage, just a freshman, able to collect the kill, and Elm Creek is to within 2. We play in the third. South Loup 4, Elm Creek 2. Knapp with the serve. Rupek on the receive. They'll set it outside for Rogers. Block back. No, they're going to say it went into the net. And now Elm Creek has an opportunity to tie here in the third. Knapp at the service line. Puts it in play. Vickers passes to Schwartz. Sets up Rogers. Chasing after it, Erpelding, middle attack for Bauer, blocked back by Rogers, and that'll get to the floor.
Tell you what, the presence of Rogers at the net has been big for South Loup repeatedly tonight in every match.
Absolutely, well said. She has had a great night. Here's Josie Reif with the serve, puts it in play. They'll set the outside for Bauer. Over the block, covered in the back row by Vickers. Now the setup outside for Lively, tips it across. Kept alive by Elm Creek with the swing. Cottage, the freshman, sails long and out. Point South Loup. South Loup 6, Elm Creek 3 as we play in the third. Josie Reif puts another one in play. Erpelding on the receive. They sent the outside to Bauer. Over the block, dug out by Reif, kept alive on the overpass. Cottage redirects it, but wide and out. Point, South Loup.
Wow, a lot happened there so fast.
Reif ready. Puts it in play, returned on one hit. Lively sets up Schwartz, sets it over. Coming back the other way, Cottage, she gets it across, handled by Rupek. Now middle attack coming for Rogers, off the block and down to the floor.
Tell you what, she's really placing her hits. Whether there's a single blocker or two, I think her power position is this rotation right here when she's right in the middle of the net.
Served by Reif. They set Knapp hitting out of the back row. Handled by Reif. Pass to Schwarz to Rogers, and Rogers delivers again. 9-3 South Loup in the third.
She's what those of us in the business call rolling right now. She's cruising.
Big moment in the set now early for Elm Creek as they find themselves behind 9-3. Josie Reif with the serve. Erpelding on the receive. They'll bump it up in the air for Bauer. Goes with the left hand. Sent back by Schwarz. Sent back by Bauer, but first a whistle, and they got a lift against Elm Creek. Point South Loup. Ten to 3. South Loup here in the third. Reif sends it on its way. They'll bump it up in the air. Stor-Johann with the swing, kept alive by Lively, and sending it back Rupek on the third. They'll bump it up in the air over to Bauer, who gets a swing in the middle, and that's going to get to the floor. Well, again, Elm Creek took the opening set 25-19, but it's kind of been South Loup ever since that. Won the second by 10 points. They lead here by 6 in the third. Another attack and another kill for Delaney Rogers. Her play at the net for South Loup has been huge all night long. Sent over on the second by Elm Creek. Schwarz will set up Rogers in the middle. The swing block back. Kept alive, though. Punched over by Schwarz, but wide and out. (11-5). South Loup leading in the third. As Hope Pickle, the senior, the libero for Elm Creek, comes into the match and will serve. Pickle sends it on its way. Reif on the receive. Pass to Schwarz, bumps it over toward Rogers, who sets it over the block. Covered by Pickle. Outside attack coming from Schroeder, punched up in the air by Reif. Backside set for Rogers, trying to go cross court. Handled by Knapp in the back row. Now Schroeder blocked back and then sent back, but widen out. Give credit to Schwarz, who was at the net for the denial. Substitution, Rogers will come out. Bierman in to replace her as Bierman goes to the service line. South Loup leading 12-5 here in the third. They set the near side for Bauer. Look out. Ashley Bauer able to go cross court for the kill, and that'll cut the South Loup lead in half. Bauer to the service line now. Sends one across. Pass to Schwarz. Sets it outside for Vickers. Vicious swing. Able to tool the block. Take it off the block and out. Point South Loup.
And that's probably one of the stronger blocks that they've brought against Vickers here tonight. But the hit was strong enough that just went straight off the block almost into the stands.
Now Rupek serving, and it goes into the net. On the service error, point and serve to Elm Creek. Serve on the way from Hellriegel, the setter for Elm Creek. Attack coming from Vickers through the block, but covered by the libero Pickle. They'll set the outside for Schroeder now. Pass to Schwarz, now Vickers tipping it across. Scrambling is Elm Creek, and they will send it back on the third. Rupek is there to pass it ahead to Schwarz. Set up Vickers in the middle, and the kill for Charlie Vickers.
I tell you what, that was one heck of a defensive play. Rupek with the pass. The set from Schwarz was perfect as the pass was, and then the hit to finish it off.
Schwarz serving. They will set middle for Knapp now. Punched up in the air by Schwarz. Kept alive by Lively. The return there by Vickers. Elm Creek now has to scramble a little bit, and they'll bump it over on the third. Chance for South Loup. Good pass. Shores will set middle for Vickers. The swing handled at the net coming, and Vickers able to go up and put down the overpass as South Loup collects another point. Man, South Loup, ever since losing that first set, has just kind of controlled the match since that point. They lead 15-7 in the third. Bauer hitting out of the back row. Shores handles past to Lively, who sets up Vickers, rolls it over the block, and that'll find the floor. (16-7). South Loup leading in the third. Schwarz trying to keep this run going. They'll set outside for Stor Johan. Tips it over the block, covered. Return coming from Schwarz. Bauer will bump it up in the air. Pickle, the libero, takes over, sends it across. Free ball for South Loup. Good pass. They set Vickers in the middle. Takes it off the block. Able to save it is Hell Regal, and then it's sent back on the third by the Buffaloes. Pass to Schwarz, who sends it across on the second hit, but it goes wide and out, and the point belongs to Elm Creek.
Well, South Loup has kind of been working with the Elm Creek score doubled up for most of this set, but Elm Creek just kind of floating around about 8 or 9 behind this whole time.
Erpelding with the serve. Schwarz will send it outside for Vickers, and it goes into the net. Elm Creek trying to fight their way back into this set. Third and decisive set. Elm Creek won the first. South Loup won the second. South Loup leads 16-9 in the third. That one kept alive at the net, then sent back by Elm Creek down to the floor and good. And we've got a timeout. I think Elm Creek called it.
I think they might have. This might just be, I don't know. I feel like they had a lot of momentum there. It kind of shocks me, but I don't know. Maybe want to put an extra pep in the step with their team.
So with a timeout on the court, we'll say thanks to the Garden Center. The fall season is here. Shop at the Garden Center in Broken Bow. They have gorgeous fall mums in a variety of colors. For your fall planting, trees, shrubs, fall landscaping projects, new perennials are in, ready to go home with you. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 5:30. Open on Saturday from 10 to 2. Just turn one block south by the Tumbleweed Cafe. The Garden Center in Broken Bow, proud to support our student athletes. Again, more high school volleyball coverage coming up for you Thursday. We'll follow Broken Bow at the Centura Triangular. They'll play Centennial at around 6:15, followed by Centura. We'll have both matches live here on KBBN 95.3 FM and also on our live video stream. After the timeout, Erpelding continues at the service line, and that's an ace. And here comes Elm Creek. Boy, this sport can have such momentum swings, can it? Here's the serve. Chasing after it, Schwarz. Overpass. Oh, man. Not able to take advantage of it was the freshman Cottage. It was set up for, took a vicious swing, but put it in the net. And the point goes to South Loup.
Her eyes got as big as saucers. She was excited for that one, and sometimes those can be the toughest hits to make.
Serving is Charlie Vickers, and that's an ace. It finds the corner. And just like that, South Loup is back up by 7. South Loup 18, Elm Creek 11 as we play in the third. Erpelding able to receive that one. Cottage, the freshman, rolls it into the block, sent back, and that'll get to the floor. It was Rogers again at the net for South Loup.
Tell you what, she's got her timing down, that's for sure, on the block. Or she's got Elm Creek figured out, one of the two.
Vickers to serve, just clears the net, returned on one hit. Schwarz sets it up for Rogers, rolls it over the block. Played in the back row by Bauer. Outside attack by the freshman Cottage, and she takes it down the line for the point. South Loup 19, Elm Creek 12. Both teams with 5 wins on the season. who will get their 6th. The serve by Knapp. Pass to Schwarz. Sets it up for Reif. Over the block. Covered in the front row by Elm Creek. Stor-Johann going cross court. Punched up in the air by Rupek. Now the back set for Lively. Nice tip over the net. Kept alive by Elm Creek. Sent back. Schwarz retreats to save it. Now it's Rogers in the middle. Over the block. Sent back by Erpelding. Rogers another swing. Erpelding is there again. Cottage gets a swing. Dug out in the back row by Rupek. Over to Vickers. Vickers rolls it over from the back row. Bauer sets it over to Stor-Johann, who sends it across. Rupek, the pass to Reif. They bump it up in the air. Rogers with the return. We play on. This one bumped up over to Cottage. A swing over the block, covered by Vickers in the back row. Middle attack, Rogers into the net. Point, Elm Creek.
Boy, what a fun point right there.
Hallie Knapp with the serve. Pass saved at the net by Schwarz, sent back by Vickers, and that'll get to the floor. But the reason South Loup even had a chance at that point was the save that was made at the net by Bryn Schwarz. And South Loup is 5 points away from the match. They lead 20-13 here in the third. Reif to serve, puts it in play, pass into the net, kept alive and returned. Sent back. South Loup with it on their side. Over to Lively. Lively sends it over the block. Scrambling is Elm Creek. Cottage will set it across. Chance now for South Loup. Schwarz will set it middle for Rogers. The swing, block back, kept alive. Schwarz over to Lively. She'll send it over the top of the block. Covered by Elm Creek again. Cottage a swing. It goes long and out. Point, South Loup. South Loup 4 away from the match. They lead 21-13 in the third. Reif the serve. The setup for Bauer. Reaches back, sends it across. Pass to Schwarz, who sets up Rogers. Rogers sends it over the top of the block. Chasing Elm Creek. They will not return. Man, what a response by South Loup after dropping the first set. I mean, they have just controlled this match, Jeremy, winning the second set 25-15 and now up big in the third 22-13.
Yes, I know Coach has got to be happy with her team's effort here late in this triangular.
Reif the serve. They'll bump it up over toward Bauer, and she puts it in the net. South Loup is 2 points away. Reif ready. Puts it in play. Up at the net. Put down by Lively. Oh, the pass went right up to the top of the net. Lively was there to put it down, and it is match point. South Loup Lady Bobcats.
Kind of feels like these last 2 sets, South Loup can do no wrong. They're on a roll.
Reif trying to close it out right here. Returned on one hit, but wide and out. Wow. South Loup ends up going 2-0 here at the Triangular tonight as they come back after dropping the first set to win the second set 25-15. They close it out in the third 25-13. And we're back to wrap it up after this.
Town pride, wearing your school's colors. Small towns are brought together cheering on their favorite teams. Agland ATV knows how hard the athletes and coaches work year-round and are proud to help sponsor the games of our customers and their kids and grandkids. We have built relationships with many of these families through the years and are proud of their success. Best of luck to all the local athletes from Agland ATV in Broken Bow.
872-3424.
Agland ATV, West Highway 2, Broken Bow. 872-3424.
Sargent Irrigation may be known worldwide, but their roots are right here in central Nebraska, something they are very proud of. They hire right here in the heartland and know their success is due to those quality employees. As a way of showing support for the community, Sargent Irrigation sponsors high school sports broadcasts, so those unable to attend can follow the action. Enjoy the broadcast, sponsored in part by Sargent Irrigation in Broken Bow.
Melham Medical Center is dedicated to partnering with you to inspire healthy living through quality care with integrity, respect, and responsibility. We know our most important resource is our employees. The best planning, equipment, or facility mean nothing without an amazing staff. Rewarding career opportunities are available. Visit melham.org/careers to see current openings and to apply. Melham Medical Center, large enough to serve, small enough to care.
Well, it took us over 4 hours, but we finally came to the end. What a night of volleyball action. 3 matches for you from here at the Elm Creek Triangular, and all 3 go 3 sets. As we recap the night, Elm Creek opened with a 2-1 win over Anselmo-Merna. Elm Creek won the opening set 25-12. AM came back to tie it, winning 25-22 in the second, and then Elm Creek closed it out 25-20 in the third. In our second match, man, what a match it was. South Loup against Anselmo-Merna. South Loup won the first set 25-23. AM won the second set 25-23. And then in the third, they had to go extra points to decide it, as South Loup won 29-27 in the third. And then in the match that just concluded, Elm Creek won the opening set 25-19. But after that, it was all South Loup. They came back strong in the second, 25-15, and then closed it out in the third, 25-13, to pick up their 6th win of the season. So that's going to wrap it up for our coverage here tonight. Want to say thanks again to all of the great sponsors that made our broadcast possible on the radio and also made it possible on our live video stream tonight. We'll have more high school volleyball action on the air for you Thursday night when we go to Centura to follow the Broken Bow Lady Indians. They'll play Centennial and Centura on Thursday night. We'll have live coverage of both matches on KBBN Radio and also on our live video stream. Broken Bow's opening match that night scheduled for 6:15. For Christy Wells, for Jeremy Scheib, for all the sponsors that made the broadcast possible, I'm Brent Apperson. Thanks for listening, everybody. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, and a little blooper to right field. That's a base hit. Bow's going to win. Coming in to score the winning run is Caden McKean, and Broken Bow wins the Mid-Nebraska League Championship game in walk-off fashion. Carter Johnson, a little flare to right field. Found the outfield grass, and Broken Bow has won the Mid-Nebraska League Championship.
He's just a strong opponent for any wrestler. I mean, undefeated state champ last year in the state finals the year before, a 3-time state medalist, and there, really nice takedown. Good fluid motion by a guy that's wrestling 195 pounds.
Brady Skinner with it, up top. Fay at the buzzer, hits the 3, nice-looking shot.
To Folkers, back at the Grant, long 3, got it!
Nice, Cash attacks. Double, almost triple teamed, out to Connell, deep 3, hit it. That's a 3 for South Loup.
I have to make sure I set my cruise control when I drive after I watch this event.
Yeah, exactly. Car 204, the Yellow Viper of Ryan Firstenau.
Oh.
Hello to all our viewers out there. Thank you very much for tuning in. You get a look at where we're talking to you from.
You get second, 6, and now 5. Pandorf atop of the key 3. Good! Pandorf at the buzzer. Johnson hammered out towards center. Home, going back. Home will dive, and did he make the catch? He did! Caden Home, a diving catch across his body to the right.
Ball comes out of there. Who's going to hop on top of it? It's going to be scooped up by Cooksley. Inside the 30, the 20, 15, 10. Can he get there? He can. It's 6 points for Sandhill Thedford on defense. The scoop and score.
Calderos sends it in the corner to Santos, a 3, got it. His 3rd from downtown in the quarter.
With the bounce, gets it into Ryan. Ryan, nice post move, lays it up and in and scores 2.
10.2 seconds left. Plays it out to Pandorf, top of the key. Long 3, she puts it up, and that's going to go.
And they turn it over, does Hyannis. More could be showtime, goes up and jams it. What a way to end the half for Mullen.
Finney lost it to Cash Gracie. Cash runs forward, dunks it. And looks over at his fellow students in the student section on the far side and gives a fist pump.
Pass to the elbow to Jackson Henry, handoff Loy. Loy picked up by Miller. Loy bounces it inside to Henry. He'll put it up and score! And Ansley Litchfield has their first lead of the game.
That's a good-looking car out of Laramie, Wyoming again.
Can't get it to go. Lance Jones the rebound. Throws it ahead to Cash Gracie. He puts it home with one hand on the dunk.
The 3-2 pitch, swung on, and a little blooper to right field. That's a base hit. Bo's going to win. Coming in to score the winning run is Caden McKean, and Broken Bow wins the Mid-Nebraska League Championship game in walk-off fashion. Carter Johnson, a little flare to right field. Found the outfield grass, and Broken Bow has won the Mid-Nebraska League Championship.
He's just a strong opponent for any wrestler. I mean, undefeated state champ last year in the state finals the year before, a three-time state medalist, and there, really nice takedown. Good fluid motion by a guy that's wrestling 195 pounds.
Brady Skinner with it, up top. Bay at the buzzer, hits the three. Nice looking shot.
To Folkers, back at the Grant, long three, got it!
Nice. Cash attacks. Double, almost triple teamed, out to Connell, deep three. Wow. Hit it. That's a three for South Loup.
I have to make